This is Sherilyn Pollard-Duradola from the College of Education. I'd like to welcome you to our Holmes Scholars Research and Mentorship Summit, Part 1 today. I thank you for your patience as we transitioned from meeting in person to meeting in a more remote mode this morning. I'm looking at those who are connected. I know that there are other students and individuals who will be joining us this morning. Just to give you a little bit of information about why we're meeting, the UNLV College of Education is a member of the American Association of Colleges for Teacher Education, the AACTE. And as part of this program, we're able to host the Holmes Scholars program within the College of Education. And these are composed of students, doctoral students, who self-identify as racially and ethnically diverse and who are hoping to develop a career trajectory in higher education, specifically seeking a faculty position when they graduate. And so thanks to Dean Hayes, she had an idea based upon conversations with another coordinator of a Holmes Scholars group that our students would specifically benefit from a beginning of the year summit that would position them in their research effort and in mentorship to support how they navigate through their doctoral studies. So the reason why we're meeting today is this is the first summit that we have held. We wanted to help our doctoral students, those who are in the Holmes Scholars program, and then those who are not within the program, because perhaps your attendance today will encourage you to think about becoming a member next year. So one thing we really wanted to do and think about is how can we create and develop some routines that can help our students as they navigate through the doctoral process. But these are also routines that help them to transition into a higher education position. And so therefore, mentorship plays a huge role. And as we all know, scholarship plays an even bigger role. So that kind of gives you the context for why we're meeting. And I have some reflection questions that will guide us through our experiences today. But I'd like to introduce our Dean Hayes so that she can also introduce herself to you this morning.
Thank you so much, Sherilyn. Good morning, everyone, on this Saturday morning. And I guess it's my fault we're meeting on a Saturday morning. So sorry about that. But no, and just I'm really excited to see you all. I recognize some faces I know. And for those of you I haven't had a chance to meet virtually or in person yet, my name's Danica Hayes, and I'm in my 7th year here at UNLV. My month 2 of being dean, which is hard to believe, but just thanks so much for being here and attending part 1 of our College of Ed Holmes Scholars Research and Mentorship Summit. I'm personally excited about this 3-part series where we have this opportunity to support you. Our college has been working, and it's a long road, as we know, but working on closing this gap of inequity that doctoral students, particularly those that self-identify as racially and ethnically diverse, that you all face in terms of being prepared and having the mentorship that you deserve in university at this stage of your life. So I just want to thank Dr. Sherilyn Pollard-Duradola, who is, as you know, a professor here and our Holmes Scholars Program Coordinator, for her willingness to oversee this program and the important work that it will help to accomplish for our students. And I'd like to recognize the 21-22 Holmes Scholars. So we have Avril Kelly, Camilla Bywaters, Elizabeth Leon, hello, you can wave, Priscilla Morris, and Adriana Hernandez. And so just thank you for being here and congratulations. I also want to thank our guest speakers, Dr. Reed James, Dr. Monique Matute, who is an alumni of the Holmes Scholars Program, as many of you know, Dr. Katrina Liu and Dr. Blanca Rincon for their involvement later in the session. As you'll see from the agenda today, our conversation is about successfully beginning a pathway to in your academic career, no matter what year of the program you're in. AACT is an important professional affiliation that I hope that you are familiar with, or if you're not, that you'll become more involved with. It will guide you many years to come. And I think understanding some of the components that we'll talk about today in terms of mentorship and scholarship will serve you well as a doc student, and it's an important foundation for your academic success. So today you will learn also about cultivating your power of the voice that you have as a student and as a mentee. And as you take this journey throughout the summit this year, and as well as your doctoral program, please, please, please know that we are here alongside you. My door is always open for those of you who don't know me. Please reach out to say hello, or if you need guidance in any way that I can possibly help. I am here for you and for your career for years to come. So enjoy part one of our summit today, and thanks for having me, Dr. Paula Duradola, and I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Dean Hayes. We have, as Dean Hayes mentioned, 5 Holmes Scholars within our 2021-2022 academic year. And we have joining us today other scholars, doctoral students from the College of Education. Thank you so very much for joining us. And again, I'm hoping that we'll be able to, in part 1 and in part 2, which you're also invited to attend, kind of stimulate an interest that you might have in being a Holmes Scholar, with our next application period being in May of 2022. So I would like to ask our students, and I know that Adriana has decided that she will go first, to introduce yourselves within a 3-minute time phrase. Give us your name, the department in which you're studying, and tell us something about the focus of your doctoral studies.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Home Scholars Program Summit. My name is Adriana Hernandez, and my program is Teacher Education in the Teaching and Learning Department. My focus is on Latinx teachers, commitment, and job satisfaction in the K-12 school system. And something that I would like to gain from this summit is, how do we use our student voice during the pandemic? So that's my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. Whoever would like to follow, just jump in.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Leon, but I go by Ellie, so it's just spelled E-L-I. I think it's shorter to my program. So I'm a 3rd year in the higher education PhD program, and my research interests are kind of diversity, equity, and inclusion in sports medicine education, but I'm also interested in kind of how that translates into patient care. And what I hope to gain from today's event is really, I'm just excited to get to know everyone, to see you guys and learn more about the program, and just be prepared for the semester.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Who would like to go next?
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you. My name is Camila Bywaters. I am a doctoral student in the Department of Early Childhood, Multilingual Education, and Special Education. And my focal area is special education. And I am, this is like my 2nd and a half year. And some of my interests in research are representation within our school, representation with Black and Indigenous people of color in our school population. I'm also interested in how the Black Lives Matter movement impacts our students and education, and also teacher education programs. So it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Camila. I'm just taking notes here as each of you speak, because you're saying something that's giving me a clue that it's something that we need to attend to. If not today, that in, at some point in part 2, and definitely in, monthly meetings with the Holmes Scholars. So that's why I'm not distracted. I'm taking notes here. Okay, thank you so much, Camila. Whoever would like to follow, just go ahead.
Hi, my name is Avril Kelly. I am entering my third year into the PhD program, teaching and learning CME. My interest is at the intersection, I like to say, multicultural ed and civic ed. So for 10 years, I taught civics in Clark County School District, all across the district. And my issue is kind of around the curriculum resources that are available. So I just finished my comps in July, looking at the relationship between civics and multicultural ed. And so now I'm getting ready to be prepared for this dissertation process. So I think what I'm trying to learn is something I've learned through my comps is like, how do I find that voice and be confident with, this is what I believe and this is what I say about my, education, and being confident with that voice through writing, through to talking, right, through giving presentations. It's kind of just building up that comfortability and learning how everybody is doing it in their own different way. So I'm looking forward to learning from everybody and getting to know everyone, and obviously learning from the experts that we have here.
Thank you so much, Avril. And self-confidence is very important. And it is a topic that comes up every year with the Holmes Scholars in terms of our meetings. As you said, being confident in our work, the questions that we ask around our research, being confident in the presentations, and how do we show that confidence in the voice that we present in our writings. Great. Who would like to go next?
So I'm Joseph, and I'm entering my second year in the early childhood, multilingual and special education department. And I just wanted to mention, by the way, that Camila and I worked on an assignment together. So hi. But yes, so I guess why I decided to check out this event is because my own interests have a lot to do with where special education meets some multilingualism. I often think about, those who might be in special education or have disabilities who, they identify with a non-Western European language, a non-Western European religion, or who don't identify with any of the main racial groups in the United States, as well as international perspectives on special education. And I guess because I feel like those interests, my interests are rarely reflected in the literature or the course discussions. I was thinking, there's got to be ways to kind of, I don't want to say break the isolation because that sounds a bit harsh, but just maybe ways to kind of feel, let's just say more connected, if you will. Maybe I'm just trying to tell myself maybe my interests are not as uncommon as I think. And I guess that's why finding more platforms to explore that perhaps is what brought me here.
Thank you, Joseph, because you bring up something that's germane to the speakers today, is this idea of critical consciousness. So as scholars of color, often in our work, in our theoretical frameworks and how we frame our questions and in the work that we do, we bring a critical consciousness to the table. And so you talk about, non-Western perspectives in research, which is, is very, very important. And the speakers who will focus today, who are talking about mentoring, they each talk about the role that culture plays in the mentoring process. Culture meaning one's belief systems, one's worldview, which is often a non-Western perspective, and how this may flavor our choices for mentors and how we are, or the types of mentoring that we need within our own scholarship, which may be different. As I mentioned, today is part of a series of events. Originally, Dean Hayes and I had considered a 1 or 2 day summit at the very beginning of the year to position our students for their work in their doctoral studies across the year. However, we thought we might break this up across different meeting points, and that today that we would only focus on certain topics that would be followed by additional topics in part 2. So part 2 is going to be offered on February the 5th. And so I'm kind of giving you a heads up now as a save the date that you can put on your calendars and, save some time for this. And this is also on a Saturday when we felt that everyone would be present. As I mentioned earlier, I think Dean Hayes and I envisioned that we could use the summit, or the summit would benefit our Holmes Scholar students and our doctoral students to develop some critical routines to support how they navigate through the doctoral process. The focus is specifically on research and mentoring. However, the topics that are included in part 1 primarily focus on mentoring and then give you a more comprehensive understanding of the Holmes Scholars Program in general that's supported by the AACTE program. So there are 2 reflection points I'd like you to consider to kind of shape how you take away what you think is an important message from the speakers today. I'd like you to reflect on your own current mentorships. I'd like you to think about, based upon your current mentorship experiences, what additional mentoring networks and relationships do you need? Based upon the information that you received today, where can you find these additional networks and partnering relationships? And I use that word partnering because mentoring is between 2 people, and it's a partnership, and it's collaborative in nature. And so when mentoring works, collaboration works. And when it doesn't, then there is no collaboration. So I'd really like you to think about where you are and what your needs are moving forward in terms of mentoring. I'd like you to reflect on your doctoral path. Specifically, what potential goals can you accomplish as you navigate through your doctorate that are related to publications, conference presentations, and teaching? This year, moving forward in the application process for our Holmes Scholars, because they are selected in May, and so they serve and are supported for a 2-year period. And one of the expectations now is that our Holmes Scholars will publish an article within that 2-year framework, whether it's data-based or whether it is practitioner-based, and that the scholar will also present their research at a conference. Although these are expectations for the Holmes Scholars path, these are really expectations for all doctoral students. That as you're working on a dissertation, as you're collecting data, as you're taking your coursework, you're beginning to think about what publication can you walk away with that will better position you in the very competitive market of academia. And which organizations can you submit a proposal to, a conference proposal to disseminate your work, your findings, which is also an important part of positioning yourself for a position in academia. So today I'd like you to think about setting goals, because that's one thing we do within the Holmes Scholars Program. We set goals. If you don't set goals, the work does not get done. And that's part of using one's voice, inner voice, outer voice, setting goals for yourself. So what potential goals that are feasible that you can accomplish related to a publication, a conference presentation, and an opportunity to teach? The second part of that question, because when we set goals, as we all know in life, obstacles always appear on the path. And I know that Dr. Matute in her presentation as an alumni of the Holmes Scholars Program talks about how do you navigate around obstacles. So I'd like you to think about on your path as you're setting these goals, what are some potential ways in which you can anticipate what the obstacles might be and have a plan for working around the obstacles in order to accomplish your goals. If we had met in person, you would have been given something that you could journal on to reflect on these questions and something to eat along the path. So I'm hoping that today you might use your computer or you might have paper and actually write some of these reflections and your responses to the reflections. Because at the end, when we wrap up, I'm going to come back to these two questions and we're going to have a dialogue on your thoughts around mentoring, your mentorships, networks and partnering that you don't have, that you feel are important that you do obtain. And on your doctoral path, I'd like to know what are some feasible goals that you can accomplish related to publications, conference presentation, and teaching, meaning teaching in a higher education setting. And so that would be teaching at UNLV. And how can you overcome the obstacles that may occur, that may potentially threaten, and I hear that sound over there, so I don't want my lights to go out, that may threaten your ability to accomplish your goals. So we're going to circle back to this later on. As part of the Holmes Scholars Program, our Holmes Scholars are mentored in one way by another UNLV faculty. And I say another because I also provide mentoring throughout the year. And I just would like to recognize those faculty and scholars who participated as mentors in the 2021-2022 year. They were Dr. Alain Bengochea, who is an assistant professor in the English language learning program in the Early Childhood, Multilingual and Special Education Department. Dr. Katrina Liu, who is an associate professor in teaching and learning. Dr. Margarita Huerta, who is also in the ELL program within the EMS department. I'd also like to recognize our mentors for 2022 and 2023, and one of them I have not confirmed yet. Dr. Alain Bengochea will be joining us again. Dr. Katrina Liu will be joining us for the first time, along with Dr. Blanca Rincon, and also Dr. Margarita Huerta will be returning. So in this mentoring process that we use, each Holmes Scholar will be paired with a faculty mentor who will meet with them once during the fall, once during the spring, and there's a specific focus for each of those meetings. And you will be assigned to a mentor who is outside of your department and outside of your program, because one thing that you'll learn about the mentoring process is that you have a network of mentors within your field, within your university, but also beyond the borders of your field and your university. So I'd like you to, consider that thought also. And I'd like to hear from each of you just about question one, because that's what we're basically going to talk about the most today, is mentorships. Can you both talk about what does mentoring look like for you presently as a doctoral student? Who provides support? for you as a doctoral student? And anyone can begin.
I can go ahead. I think thinking in general, like who I go to the most is probably going to be my advisor. I think she's been very supportive up to this point. So I like it when, you know, I'm able to like just go and ask her like even the smallest question. And I think she's provided guidance. I also feel, I think kind of moving a little bit into the next question is at the same time, while I'm in higher education now, I come from like this very different like sports medicine world. And I feel like my mentor or my advisor, she's been good at kind of like balancing or at least trying to mesh those worlds together, even though she doesn't know that much about athletic training and like my background. She's been good at, you know, at least trying to understand what that world looks like.
Okay, and so Elizabeth, and you said you wanted to be called Ellie?
Ellie, yeah.
Okay, so you said that your advisor does not have the comprehensive knowledge that you require around your specific topic.
I think I would say she does. I mean, so it's Dr. Lowe, she's coming from the sports management world, and I'm coming from sports medicine world. So it's not like she understands everything completely about sports medicine, but she definitely makes that attempt to understand it. And she does know quite a bit about just sports in general.
Right.
So that kind of like meshes together.
Okay, so that's good that you've recognized an area where you feel you're probably going to need some more support and mentoring there. And it's possible to find someone who has that focus to help you. Okay, good. Okay, who's next?
I can go next. So the one that provides the most support would be my advisor as well. We've worked on a couple of publications where we collaborate. I know that she focuses on teachers of color, and I do as well. And so she figures out a way where she can see my research aligns, right? So I narrow my dissertation to Latinx teachers. So she's like, it will align. She has also advised me to partner up with other mentors that are in that same focus study, to email them, because sometimes in the articles, their email is there, and she's like, email them to reach out and see if you can collaborate with them as well when it comes to like Latinx commitment, job satisfaction. And so to me, my advisor is the one that is the most supported academically and professionally as well. And over the summer, I didn't take any classes, but she was always there weekly to collaborate in a publication. And so she's always there providing her time. And one thing that she also mentions, always ask questions, right? Email me. I am here for our students. So that's one thing that I've learned through the mentoring partnership that we have.
You said something, Adriana, that's very important, that you were asked to also look for, you could seek a mentor by emailing others who are well known in the field. I do that. In my lit review, when I see someone that I'm not familiar with, but their work is very impressive, I might have a question, and so I will send them an email. And because LinkedIn is often used by scholars now, in addition to, ResearchGate, I will search for them on LinkedIn, because on LinkedIn, they will also have examples of their scholarship, of their work, and something about their projects. And so I've recently established a connection with 2 new people on LinkedIn just through a literature review around a topic that's a little bit different for me. So thank you for sharing that you were even advised to reach out to others in the field that you find just from conducting your literature review.
Yes, and it could be at first I was kind of worried about reaching out, but she was like, no, they will answer if they're committed to their work. They will answer you. And sometimes it might take a little bit longer for them to respond if it's summer, but if they're interested, they will reach out. So, but it's like that unknown, not knowing. And yeah, I've done it, and they do reply back because they want to collaborate and expand this research that we're working on.
Mm-hmm. And that also takes confidence to do that. We have to fill that up. Great. Who wants to go next?
I guess I can go.
Okay.
So for me, the biggest support network has been I would put them into 3 groups for me. One would be my advisor, who I've worked with before I got involved with the program, just through a grant, and just getting to know her, taking coursework with her, and realizing that she does listen to my voice. So like, even as we were putting comp questions together, she was able to take whatever I gave her, because I don't know what I gave her, but able to really highlight what I was trying to say. And so being there, trying to space things out, being a soundboard, being very encouraging, positive, giving me like, a lot of opportunities, just like Adriana said, reaching out to other scholars, to really get to know your work. And it's been a great relationship just to build with her. And I was a little bit worried because I have a brother who had a PhD, and he didn't have as good of a relationship with his advisor, so I was kind of hesitant at first, but mine has been really positive for the most part, so I appreciate that. Then the other is because I come from the school district and I have so many years in teaching, I have a good group of teacher friends who have helped me out, who have guided me along, so they kind of keep me aware of what's going on in the school district, so I can stay abreast of what's going on in the school district and then what's happened with me as a student. And so I have a really good friend who literally, we used to talk almost every day. Now things have changed, but we talk at least once a week. I'll share kind of where I'm at in my research. He'll kind of let me know what's going on. And then we try to bridge those 2 worlds together. And then finally, because I've been lucky enough to sit on some national committees around the civic ed space, I have supporters who have helped and mentored and guided me. And that's how I found one of my outside members actually for my committee, who was more of a civic expert than we have here at UNLV. So that's kind of how I've been able to just network and just building communities and friendships and networks like that.
So I think what's important that you share, we all come from work environments, and often our research is situated within schools. And so it's also important to maintain some connections with individuals who are in schools.
Yep.
Who, those mentoring and partnering relationships are important because they can also help one in the research project process of looking for participants. And so they're able to help you to make connections with individuals within school settings where you want to conduct research. So that's very important also. Thank you, Abra, for sharing how, again, we can cross borders. Our mentors are not just those at the university setting. They're outside of the university setting.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Great. Joseph, we haven't heard from you yet. Can you talk about your current mentors and mentoring and maybe what you envision as some of your future needs in terms of a mentor?
Certainly, Dr. Pilar Duradola. Okay, so I guess I could start with pretty much the same response as what I've heard everyone else say so far. Is my advisor has been very helpful, and I know people. I have to admit, when I got the acceptance letter and they showed me who my advisor was, I was like, I think they hit the nail on the head. Just basically based on. I've been able to email a few people when I was in the application process, and I was like, yes, again, they and speaking to my advisor a few times, I found that yes, just basically she's kind of helped me feel like, I guess I'm not alone in my ideas or whatnot. But I should say though that, maybe for one thing, I moved here from Northern California a year ago. So of course that means that, starting over, you need to build new networks. And when I first moved here, my advisor was on leave. So that does tell me something about how you have to be careful relying too much on a single person, So at the very least, I did find it helpful that, my advisor's advisor, when she was, a doctoral student, is also here and is on my committee too. And I was able to speak to her a couple times. So I think moving forward, I mean, yeah, I don't really know how to phrase it. I think it's just like I said, probably because, I came from Northern California, moving here in the middle of a pandemic, is just, and then before that, I had been teaching English in Taiwan for 7 years. So I'm like, okay, right now what I'm trying to do is like, where's my smorgasbord for like, all these ideas, and I guess just especially for people who've moved into Las Vegas just to study. I mean, I guess all I could say is like, I was just really trying to figure out, okay, knowing my background, knowing my interests, how do I move forward, and find just, settings where I can do something with, my background and information. And I guess all I could say is my hope is that, going into my second year, that I'll see more options than perhaps, especially coming in that first year in the middle of a pandemic, allowed me to. I think I probably was very wordy in my description, but that's where I'm at now. That's all I can say.
So Joseph, you said something that's really important, and that is, realizing that you can't rely on one person. You cannot rely on one person for mentoring. Mentors have different roles. One mentor may be someone who's really strong in methodology, and someone that you talk about when you're trying to put together, when you think about like a research design. Some mentors are content specialists. And so they provide a perspective around a topic that you're interested in. These people can be within a university, because that's where you can start within the department, but then outside of the department. So as one is putting together, for example, thinking about one's committee members, those committee members could end up being mentors, because these are people that you're going to work with closely. When I was a doctoral student, I learned what to expect from a mentor. I was told a mentor is someone that would give me an opportunity to publish with them. Very important. A mentor, these are her words that she used. She said, if you're interested in academia, then I'm going to get you ready. I'm going to prepare you. So she found a space for me to teach a course around a topic that was related to my research. She found a space for a publication. She was invited to publish around a topic, and she said, are you interested? I said, yes. She gave it to me. She also allowed opportunities for reviewing journal articles so that I could be recognized as a co-reviewer. So one always starts with one's advisors, but then look at the college itself. There are other people who are interested in your topic. And many times our work now are interdisciplinary. And so that might mean reaching out to outside of the College of Education to a psychology program or sociology program. Most work that deal with critical consciousness, again, are interdisciplinary in focus. So in preparing for the dissertation work, conversations can be had with the advisor, but then you can look at other programs and departments and find those who have the same focus at the university and reach out in an email, read their work, say, I've read and I've noticed that you share blank. Would you mind if I ask you a question? I receive emails like that from students and also from other researchers. And in that way, I begin to broaden my network of people, of individuals, so that I'm not relying just on one person. And I emphasize that because we have different expectations for different mentors. Some mentors are those who help you with the job hunt. They may give you advice on your job talk, share their job talk with you, give you feedback on a job talk. Another mentor might provide feedback on writing. So when you think about mentors, think about the different needs that you have. And those needs drive who you need to approach. And often you start with an email introduction, especially during the pandemic. That's the only way you can do this. The other question that I had for you, and this is really about your career path, because your career path also drives who you seek as mentors. And I asked you to consider what feasible publication might come out of a mentoring partnership. What conference presentation might come out of a mentoring partnership? And what opportunity to teach might come out of a mentoring partnership? So continue to think about those two questions, because we're going to come back to those at the end, because you will have received, other perspectives from other individuals within our university, first year assistant professor, and then beyond our university from the AACTE organization itself. So I see that Dr. James has joined us today, and I'd like to transition to her presentation. Dr. James is the Director of Development and Research at the AACTE organization. And she also helps to coordinate the Holmes Scholars activities nationally. So Dr. James, you can proceed. Thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you for inviting me, Dr. Sherilyn. Good morning. Actually, it's good morning on my end. I am in early afternoon. I'm in Washington, D.C. I am so excited, and I'm sure it's good morning on your end too. I'm so excited to be with you all to share a bit more about the Holmes program and hopefully answer any questions you may have. Before I begin, I do want to let you know that this presentation will be available to you. Dr. Sherilyn will email it out. So if you miss anything that I've said, just know that you will have access to this after the presentation today. So just to start off, Introducing myself, I am Wiade James. I am the Director of Development and Research, as Dr. Sherilyn mentioned, at AACTE. And I'm also a Holmes alumna. So all of you are somehow involved with the Holmes program, and I'm proud to say that definitely that program helped me to successfully finish my doctoral studies and also just increase my network. In terms of research, also in terms of opportunities, different internships that I did during my doctoral studies were individuals who led me to those through my Holmes network, and also in terms of employment opportunities. So just as a heads up, I am one of 3 team members who are actually involved in supporting the Holmes program. At AACTE. My 2 other colleagues, Dr. Jacqueline Rodriguez, is also a Holmes alumna of University of Central Florida. So as you can see, the Holmes network is far and wide. So you are definitely, in for an experience. If you have been part of the Holmes program for a while, you're definitely, you know that, the network certainly provides opportunities for you. So Dr. Jacqueline Rodriguez is the Vice President at AACTE, as well as my colleague, Nicole Dunn, who also supports with the Holmes program. She's not a Holmes alumna, but she is very much a champion of the program. So if you are involved in Holmes from time to time, you might see Nicole's name appear on communications. Just know that there are 2 other folks behind the scenes who are supporting with this work. So a bit about AACTE. The organization has been around for over 70 years now. We're a national association. So with that in mind, we represent colleges and universities, particularly colleges and schools of education, who are preparing the next generation of teachers and educators, principals, administrators, researchers who are going to higher education. Our focus is on educator preparation in all aspects in different specialty areas. We represent 600 institutions, as I mentioned. They range from private to public Research One institutions. We also have many minority serving institutions who are members of AACTE. And of course, UNLV is a member of AACTE. What that means is that because UNLV is a member of ours, you are also a member of AACTE. That means you have access to all of the resources that AACTE offers. So if you don't yet have an AACTE account, I would encourage you to go on our website and create an account. Join the AACTE network so that you can start to receive communications from us. We have various newsletters that go out on many different topical areas. You can access all of our research reports, which as doctoral students, you would appreciate. We have several issue briefs on policy issues. We have a report that we publish biannually called the National Portrait. And that report basically highlights trends in educator preparation. Some issue briefs that you might find useful. We've published issue briefs on how education students are paying for college. I find that to be one of the most interesting publications that we've published recently, because it talks about the challenges that students of color, low-income and minority students are particularly facing in pursuing higher education. So it breaks down by race and ethnicity, Black, Latinx students and white students, Asian American students, how much loans these students are taking off to pursue higher education, and how much parental support they're getting. And oftentimes, the debt that these students are taking out, they're not able to pay back that debt, right, when they enter the profession. So things like that again, depending on your areas of focus in your line of research, you might find interesting. I would encourage you to go to AACTE website, create an account so that you can access all of the research and reports that we offer. And if you have any questions while I am presenting, feel free to add those to the chat, and perhaps we'll have a few minutes afterwards for some Q&A. So on the high level, again, our mission is really to elevate educator preparation. We serve as a national voice in terms of making sure that teachers are profession ready. We do that through research, through professional development, advocacy and collaboration. So inquiry and innovation is one of our strategic priorities. As I mentioned, we have several research reports that we have published really to advance the field of educator preparation. In addition to that, we have several different projects that we implement to support our AACTE members. So network improvement communities, where we have select institutions who are coming together to study barriers around recruiting and retaining teachers. We know that that is a national crisis. So the teacher shortage issue, and also the lack of teacher diversity. So there are various projects that we implement around innovation and inquiry. In addition to that, one of our second strategic priorities is around diversity and equity and inclusion. Obviously, the Holmes program actually falls within the strategic priorities. The Holmes program is one of many initiatives that we implement to really advance equity in the field. We just launched a second project that is funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation that is looking at assessment barriers to program entry for teacher candidates. If you are familiar with assessments, whether to become licensed or whether to enroll in the educator preparation program, several reports have been published about the disparities in how test takers perform on those assessments due to various reasons, right? Whether it's testing bias or whether it's the cut scores of how states are setting, passing requirements for these assessments. So this project by the Gates Foundation is actually studying this in 14 states to really address the equity issue when it comes to teacher performance assessments. And then lastly, our third strategic priority is around quality and impact. We do this through various different activities that we execute throughout the year around advocating for policies to advance educator preparation. And I'll talk about one of our events that's coming up, which is Washington Week. It's our premier advocacy event where we provide advocacy training for our members, and then we also prepare them to meet with the congressional representatives to talk about legislation and how to really enhance policies that will, again, create more educators who are profession ready. So in terms of the Holmes program at AACTE launched in 1991. The program began as an initiative by the Holmes group, the Holmes Coalition, which was basically a coalition of faculty members of color who obviously saw that there was an underrepresentation of minorities in the workforce in higher education specifically, and it's still the case today, unfortunately. So that was really the intention of why these individuals came together to start this program, is to make sure that we are providing the necessary support and also recruiting more minorities to pursue positions in the academy, whether it is as researchers and faculty, whether it is as presidents and provosts in higher education. That was the original mission, but the Holmes program has since expanded. So we're not just focusing on preparing scholars to go into higher education. As you can see, I work on the nonprofit side of higher education. So I work for an association that supports higher education. So our intention is really to support leaders, right? Leaders of color who are going to influence the field of education, whether through public policy, whether at state education agencies or at institutions for higher education. So why the Holmes program? I've included here just some stats for you, which I'm sure you're probably familiar with, right? So about 75% of full-time faculty members are white at colleges and universities across the country. And unfortunately, that does not reflect the demographics of students at colleges and universities anymore, right? So obviously we know that there is a need to diversify faculty members at institutions of higher education. In addition to that, we've seen that there has been a decline in degrees that are being conferred in education, which is partly why we're seeing, again, a teacher shortage crisis. But we're also seeing a decline in degrees at the graduate level. So 21% decline in master's degrees that have been awarded since 1975. and a stagnant level of doctoral degrees. So only 18% of degrees are being awarded at the doctorate level in the last 45 years, right? So there's no growth in this area. That means that, who are we preparing to enter the faculty positions that are going to, that are available, right, at institutions of higher education. So we need to make sure that we're not just preparing teachers, we know that there's a shortage crisis, but that we're also preparing faculty, individuals who can go into faculty roles. In addition to that, research shows that, again, college students of color lack a sense of belonging at their campuses, and that can really impact their retention at institutions. I was fortunate to attend HBCUs and PWIs in my experience. I went to University of Minnesota for undergrad, went to Howard University for my master's, and then BCU for my doctoral program. So I got to see, again, that sense of belonging at an HBCU or MSI is very much different than at a PWI when I was at the University of Minnesota. So we want to make sure, again, that we're preparing more faculty of color who understand how to support students who look like them. And then lastly, the Holmes program is really focusing on providing culturally responsive and culturally relevant mentorship to our scholars. So right now, the program supports doctoral and postdoctoral students. Years ago, when the program first started, we had a continuum in terms of supports that we provided starting in high school. So the goal was to, again, mentor high school students who would then go into undergraduate programs in education and hopefully matriculate through doctoral studies. We have since scaled back that model. So right now our focus is strictly on doctoral and postdoctoral students and also on master's programs. But we're not expanding our master's program just yet. We're continuing to expand doctoral and postdoctoral students. There are over 50 institutions that are part of the Holmes network, including UNLV. Majority of the students at those 50 institutions are doctoral students. So in terms of the program progression, as I mentioned, the original intention of the Holmes program was to prepare students of color who were going to go into the professoriate in higher education, but that has since broadened. So we are preparing leaders such as principals and deans, right? Superintendents, individuals who are part of the Holmes program. Some have that as their goal in terms of where they want to see themselves going. State leaders or individuals who are going to enter advocacy and policy, whether as lobbyists or working for various advocacy organizations. I also want to point out for you that there is a Holmes alumni network. So even after you complete your doctoral studies at UNLV, you can join the Holmes Alumni Association. There's a National Association of Holmes Alumni, NASA. The acronym is NAHSA. You can go to their website and learn more about them. You can start to learn more about them now before you actually complete your studies so that when you do graduate, you can join the NASA network. The great thing about NASA is that you get to pour back into current Holmes scholars. So many of our NASA members actually are often facilitators for a lot of the PD sessions that we host for Holmes scholars. So you'll get to meet them at our conferences or any webinars that we host. We also sometimes do some professional development, some networking events rather for NASA members and for Holmes scholars. This is a good opportunity for you to find faculty members who are already in the field, who may have similar research interests as you, or if you just need mentorship, you can connect with a NASA representative and they'll be more than happy to do that. Many of them are always so eager to work with current Holmes scholars and provide that mentorship because they benefited from it when they were scholars too, so they know the importance of it. So in terms of the benefits of the Holmes program to institutions, we've seen an expansion in the Holmes program in the last couple of years because a lot of institutions now recognize that it is a recruitment tool, right, for faculty members of color. When I was a doctoral student, And a lot of my peers were going through the search process. Many of them were actually looking for institutions who had Holmes programs because they wanted to be a part of that to mentor doctoral students. Or some of them went to institutions and, through their interview process, talked about, the focus on DEI and maybe bringing the Holmes program to the institutions that they were interviewing at. So recruitment and retention is definitely an added advantage for institutions to be able to not just recruit diverse faculty, but also to have faculty members who can support diverse students at their campuses. As part of the Holmes program, all of the scholars have an opportunity to participate in AACTE annual meeting. So if you're part of the Holmes program, you come to annual meeting. There's a Holmes pre-conference that happens, and we've had a Holmes job fair that takes place typically, and also a Holmes dissertation funding competition. And that competition provides dissertation support for scholars who are in that process. So these are all benefits to institutions. It's that you just don't belong to this association, but your scholars also get to benefit from this by being a part of the Holmes network. So whether it's the job fair, where there's the annual meeting, we also distribute faculty announcements. So many institutions will forward faculty announcements to us, and we'll send those out to Holmes scholars because they're specifically looking for diverse scholars because of the challenges that they're experiencing in really, diversifying their faculty members at their institution. And then, of course, there's no additional cost for institutions to join the Holmes network. If they're an AACT member, they can automatically just become a Holmes institution by submitting a brief application. So there are no additional fees associated with that. In terms of the benefits to scholars, I mentioned there are more than 50 institutions that are currently part of the Holmes network. The added benefit of that is that you're connected to scholars who are engaging in lines of research that are very wide, right? So you can definitely find peers that you can collaborate with on research projects, depending on your area of research. Which is always nice because sometimes, some of us are studying issues or areas that are very unique, right? And you may not have anyone at your institution that has that similar research agenda. So the Holmes network allows you to connect with people at different institutions who are pursuing similar research, and you can even, start different, projects together. I know I did when I was a scholar. I was able to connect with alumni and scholars at other institutions, and we started our own writing group. So that's just an example of how you can really connect with individuals who have similar research interests as you. And then social media groups, we have several of them. So Twitter, Facebook, just an opportunity for you to connect with the Holmes network. And we also have a GroupMe account for Holmes scholars. There are over 200 scholars that are part of that account, and they often post social events or announcements of events and opportunities that are coming up. Also, sometimes they just celebrate each other's successes through that group. So if you're not part of the GroupMe account, I would strongly encourage you to join. And then mentorship and networking. You get the exposure to deans and faculty by being a part of AACTE Holmes program. In addition to that, we have an online learning community called Connect 360. So if you're not yet on Connect 360, first you need to create an AACT account on our website, and you can actually get to Connect 360 from our website and join that online community. The different subgroups within that online community, depending on research interest, and then also the opportunity to present at the Holmes poster session. And then lastly, opportunities around professional development and career advancement. So we have a Holmes pre-conference that happens every year. Next year, that will be in New Orleans, I believe March 3rd through the 6th. So definitely pencil it in your calendar, depending on how things, transpire with the Delta variant. Our goal is to be there in person, but if it does change to be virtual, you'll certainly receive notice about that. And then we also have our advocacy events, which is Washington Week and Day on the Hill and our Holmes Policy Institute. and a Holmes short course. So these events are really geared towards advancing education policy and helping scholars understand how do you use your research to inform policy, because there are opportunities to do that. So if you're a scholar who is particularly interested in that, I would strongly encourage you to register for Washington Week. And then career advancement, as I mentioned, we have a Holmes dissertation funding competition that happens every year. There are also opportunities for you to lead. There's a Holmes Student Council. I believe we have at least one member at UNLV, Priscilla Morris. I'm not sure if she's on the call, but Priscilla is on the Holmes Council. She, if I'm not mistaken, is a social media chair. So there are opportunities for you to take on leadership positions. Typically elections happen around annual meetings, so it'll be in March. So if you are interested, that announcement will be in our newsletter, so you'll get the information on different officer positions that you can run for to serve in a leadership role for the Holmes program. I also want to draw your attention to a DEI video series. I'm not going to play the video for you, but if you go to AACTE website and just like put in the search engine DEI video series, there's several videos that I think you'll really be interested in, you'll find helpful in listening to. One of them is on the AACTE Holmes program and hearing from current scholars and former scholars about how the program has benefited them in terms of pursuing their careers, and also hear from deans who are part of the program. So something to take a look at. Other ways to get involved, as I mentioned, you are a member of AACTE. That's something that a lot of scholars don't know, right? Because it's an institutional membership. They don't think that they too can create an account and get communications or access the research and reports that aren't public from AACTE. Certainly know that you're a member, create an account, and subscribe to all of the communications. So our EdPrep Matters blog, our Holmes newsletter, join Connect 360, and then register for various webinar series. We have a webinar that happens at least every week on various topics, right? So definitely something, just ways to increase your knowledge and also increase your network through a lot of these events. And you can visit our research reports and brief webpage. It's hyperlinked here. Like I said, you'll get this PowerPoint and you can get directly to it to access the various research reports that we've put out. We have a report that will be coming out this fall. It's our national portrait that I mentioned. We publish it biannually. So definitely be on the lookout for that. It's going to highlight a lot of the trends in educator preparation, and we've included a new chapter on that report on community colleges, which I was excited to co-author with my colleague Jackie King, that really talks about how community colleges play an important role in really preparing teachers, particularly in the early childhood space, and how they can be supported, right? Because a lot of them serve low income and students of color, how they can be supported to address the teacher shortage crisis that we're currently seeing. I also want to share with you that the Holmes program has a programmatic advisory council. All of these faculty members are on that council. So if you're interested in, finding, again, mentors, if you're interested in just learning more about, the benefits of the program, you can reach out to any of these individuals. Many of them are Holmes alumni. So Shanita Petaway, Dr. Shanita, she's an alumni of the Holmes program, and she's now in a leadership role at Columbus State University. Dr. Rhonda Porter is also a Holmes alumni. Andrew Dare, he's the dean at Virginia Commonwealth University, and he's also the Holmes coordinator. He's very passionate about the Holmes program. I was a doctoral student when he was my dean. So I just want to let you know that there is a wide network of faculty members and deans out there who are Holmes alumni or connected to the Holmes community that are always willing to have conversations with you, willing to mentor you. And really, oftentimes when these individuals are recruiting, they're looking for Holmes scholars. They really are. So as you think about, as you get closer to your search process, you want to consider institutions that have Holmes programs. And then just want to alert you, Washington Week is coming up. And I believe a few of you have already registered. I was looking at the registration list recently. So the Holmes Policy Institute is happening September 8th and 9th. This is an excellent event. When I was a scholar, I attended it every year because I was particularly interested in ed policy, and my program was in ed policy. And it gave me the opportunity, I actually interned on Capitol Hill one summer during my doctoral studies because I had ed policy program, but it gave me an opportunity to build a network on Capitol Hill, get to meet congressional members, and also talk to faculty and my peers around, again, using your research to inform policy. So don't miss out on that. We also have the Holmes short course that we started last year. This will be our second year doing this short course. We have Congressman Mondaire Jones. He is from the 17th District in New York. He'll be joining us for the short course. He's an African-American man. I believe he's the first African-American man to represent his district in New York. Again, we want to make sure that our scholars are exposed to leaders who are, and he's also a member of the Committee on Education and Labor, leaders who are really trying to advance policies nationally to address equity and also to advance outcomes for all students, but particularly for students who have been historically marginalized. And then we have our Day on the Hill on September 21st and 23rd. Know that if you're a Holmes scholar, if you register for the Holmes Policy Institute, you receive complimentary registration for Day on the Hill, right? So make sure that when you do register, you're only registering for the Holmes Policy Institute or the short course, and you will get the link to join the Day on the Hill event on September 21st to 23rd. Day on the Hill is when those congressional meetings happen. So it's when you'll be meeting with your congressional representatives and your state teams, and you'll also get some advocacy training to prepare for that meeting. So don't miss out on Washington Week. It's an excellent event. Last year we had Congressman Bobby Scott, who was our one of our keynotes, and he showed up and spent an hour with the scholars, just him and the scholars on Zoom, and it was excellent. He's the chairman of the Committee on Education and Labor, and these people often want to hear from scholars of color. They want to hear from faculty members of color. They're creating policies, they're identifying what the issues are, but often they don't have all of the research to make those decisions, right? So the more you can make those connections with your congressional representatives, if you wrote something recently, share it with someone in their regional office, right? Like you really want to build that relationship. And here again are just some of the topics that we're going to cover. I'm not going to go over with you. They're all on our website during Washington Week. And then I'm going to close with just, our motto is once a scholar, always a scholar. Like I mentioned, you're in the Holmes program now, but there's a wide alumni network outside of this, outside of your current studies that you can join and benefit from after you've completed your doctoral program. So any questions for me?
No, one question I had received during the summer from one of our new scholars, Dr. James, was a question around submitting a proposal for the Holmes Scholars pre-conference conference. And so they wanted some information about, how do you, what kind of topics should one focus on, the deadline for that. That was, I think, back in July that I received that email. And so that's something that I think other scholars are interested in hearing about.
Yeah, that's a great question. Very timely. So the call for proposals for the Holmes program will be live on August 18th for the Holmes pre-conference. That information is going to be in the Holmes newsletter that will also be disseminated on August 18th, which is next week. But the good news is you have a lot of time to submit. The deadline is going to be October 31st. So when you do get that newsletter, take a look at the various strands that we have for the submissions, and also different session types. So we have the poster session, which many scholars love. We have the round table. We have our 3-minute thesis. So take a look at the theme and the description of those sessions, and you can submit via the link that will be in the newsletter by October 31st. And I will say too that if you're interested in being a reviewer for the Holmes pre-conference proposals, we actually are looking for reviewers. It's a good way to, get some peer review experience to add to your CV. That information will be in the newsletter as well. But the Holmes research coordinator, Leah Herbert, she is the coordinator of the Holmes Student Council for the pre-conference. She's looking for reviewers currently, and her information will be in the newsletter. I'll see if I can add it to the chat as well. Just email her and say you're interested in being a reviewer. You'll have about, I think, 6 weeks to review all of the proposals after October 31st. You'll be working with other scholars and we'll be providing support. But again, just a good way to get some experience in terms of reviewing proposals. Any other questions or comments? And are you all active Holmes scholars, Dr. Sherilyn? Is that right? This is a group of active scholars?
We have Joseph. We were hoping that he might be interested in the future. He's joining us. He's not, part of the Holmes Scholars group, because our goal, Dean Hayes' goal, our goal was to invite the Holmes Scholars and then open it up to other scholars of color throughout the College of Education. And so we're hoping that those who are not a part of us would become a part of us in the application process in May of 2022. But, one question that I had, because I actually met a doctoral student on another committee, and he was not part of the Holmes Scholars, but he registered for the AACTE conference and he attended the Holmes Scholars events. And he was very impressed because he said he had never heard of the Holmes Scholars organization. So a question for you would be, could those doctoral students who are not part of the Holmes Scholars organization, would they be able to register for the Holmes Scholars conference?
Certainly they can. Because they're an AACTE member, they can definitely register and attend. Mm-hmm. I think I see a hand raised from Camilla.
Yes, hi. I know my screen, I have two boxes up. Thank you so much for your presentation, Dr. James. I also graduated from Howard University, so you in the house.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. This is my first time as a Holmes Scholar, so I'm truly excited to be a part of the cohort, and I'm looking forward to what I will be able to learn and the mentorship opportunities I will have. So is Washington Week normally an in-person event, and is it okay? So I look forward to that, and whenever we get done with COVID.
Yeah, it is in person. And Camilla, I'm just so eager to get back to having it in person, because it's such a great experience when our scholars come to Washington, D.C. and go on Capitol Hill, sit in and listen to sessions, meet the legislators. But we're going to be doing everything virtually this year. But I would say that if you're a scholar next year, hopefully we're in person, you don't want to miss out on that experience. It's truly life-changing, right? Because I think oftentimes scholars feel like they're so distant from policy on Capitol Hill, but you really aren't, right? Like, you can really influence that. It's all about building the relationship with your congressional offices. And that's what Washington Week does, is help you to build that relationship.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I'll jump in here because I know one item I'd like you to talk about, Dr. James, is the dissertation funding competition. I have to shout out to two of our attendees here, Dr. Monique Matute, who was a previous recipient of the dissertation funding, and then also Priscilla Morris, who's also a recipient of this dissertation funding. Yay. So I wanted to bring that to everyone's attention, but could you kind of talk a little bit about that opportunity?
Yeah, I didn't even notice they were both on the call. Congratulations. Yes, absolutely. And they were both excellent. And so everyone is after UNLV next year. So just so you know, you all have won 2 years in a row now. So yes, the competition allows for scholars to compete for monetary awards to support their dissertation related expenses. So if you have expenses regarding coding, if you're collecting data, or you need you need access to software, whatever it is that you need to support your dissertation, you can apply for funding and compete in the competition for that. So the 3 levels of awards that we provide, the first place winner typically get, I want to say, around $3,000. We are looking to expand that pocket of money in the coming year and provide more awards to our scholars. So you do have to apply, you do have to be selected to actually compete. So not every scholar can apply and be a part of the competition. So there's a process in which we review your proposal. You also need to provide a letter from either your chair or your advisor stating that you have actually passed your comprehensive exam, or at least on track to be able to, or you've at least successfully defended your proposal, your dissertation proposal, to be able to compete in the competition. But it is a great opportunity and provides you to exposure to deans because on the judges panel, those individuals are typically deans of colleges and universities who are probably have faculty positions that they're trying to hire for, or also just to get feedback. Even if you're not the first, second, or third place winner of the competition, it allows you to get feedback from those judges on your study to strengthen your dissertation. So I don't know if anyone here is in the process of defending next year, but I would say please do apply when you get the call for proposals to compete in the DFC.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, are there any other questions for Dr. James?
This is a great group. And I just want to shout you out again, Dr. Sherilyn. Like, I'm just really impressed by the work that you all are doing at UNLV with your Holmes program. And you're the Holmes program coordinator, obviously, but you wear many hats. So thank you for really just staying active with the program and keeping your scholars engaged. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Dr. James, for joining us. I'm really excited for the coordinators meeting that's coming up soon to find, because that's how I try to keep up with what the opportunities are. But, this year, Dr. James, one of our expectations is that the the Holmes scholars will also publish, practitioner-based piece or a database piece. So we're trying to have more of a focus this year on writing, on academic writing and academic publishing. And so that, I'm hoping that the writing might be a focus also of the pre-conference, because we're looking for those opportunities for our scholars to strengthen their publications, their talents in terms of writing and disseminating work related to their research before they graduate, because then that would position them for, hiring positions as assistant professors.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you mentioned that, because I failed to mention that. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Journal for Teacher Education, JTE. JTE is AACTE's journal. So AATCE is, I actually serve as the liaison for JTE at AACTE, and we just transitioned it to Texas A&M University. So the editorial board for JTE is now at TAMU. And we've been in conversation with Dr. Valerie Jarrett, and also with, not Valerie Jarrett, Valerie Hill-Jackson. I'm thinking about Valerie Jarrett on the Obama administration. Valerie Hill-Jackson, my apologies, who is the lead editor, about ways to, to bring in the home scholars in terms of special issues with that journal. So we're really trying to think, make it intentional to provide those opportunities for scholars around publications specifically. So if you haven't yet submitted to JTE, I would strongly encourage you to do so. I mean, they get a lot of submissions, but we also know that the work and their focus really on putting out research around equity in particularly is a priority for them. So if you're working on something with a faculty member that you think might fit JTE, certainly encourage you to submit.
And one last question that I had, I know that Dr. Matute is, she's an alum and she's going to be our guest speaker today also, but I wasn't sure if she is a member of NASA, of the alumni. Okay, great. And, you know, I was also wondering if maybe she might consider starting a chapter at her university if there isn't one that's already there. I guess I'm putting you on the spot there, but it was just a thought that I had that I wanted to share with you.
Yeah, I really want to. The college just went through a merger, so now we're not College of Ed no more, we're the College of Health, Education, and Social Transformation. So it's a huge, huge college now. We are not a member of AACTE. We're going to be getting a new dean, so I'm hoping the dean they hire is part of AACTE so that we could get a Holmes Scholar program.
Okay, well, if there aren't any other questions or comments, I want to again thank Dr. James for joining us today. We've learned quite a bit. I've learned quite a bit because I think I'm just going into my second year. Might have been third. I don't know. With the pandemic, you kind of lose track of time. But I'm very appreciative of the information that you shared with us today. And again, thank you from all of us.
You're very welcome. You're welcome. I'm just going to hang on and put some information in the chat for you all, and then I will log off. Thank you all so much, and I'll take care.
Okay, thank you. Our next presentation, and we're going to take a 5-minute break, will be the alumni speaker, Dr. Monique Matute, who was a doctoral student in the special education program in the early childhood multilingual and special education department. So I'm really happy to see her here. She's been very, very successful. We're very proud of her. Dr. Matute, your photo is still at the end of the hall on our EMS board broadcasting, you know, something about what you've done. So you're still in our thoughts. So I'd like to go ahead and introduce our next speaker, who was a member of the Holmes Scholars Program, is a very active member while she was a doctoral student at UNLV, and now she is started her academic career, which I'd like for her to talk about. So I'm going to introduce to you Dr. Monique Matute.
Yes. Okay. All right. Good morning. It's a great honor to be here to present with you all and to share my experience as a Holmes Scholar at UNLV, and also just the experiences I had as a doctoral student in the special education department. So today I will be presenting on positioning yourself for a PhD program and student voice. I will be integrating my personal experience and plus tools and strategies that I recommend you all take. If you have any questions, please feel free to put them in the chat box or jot them down, and I can address them at the end of the presentation. Okay. All right, so the agenda, I'll be going over my positionality, journey as a Holmes scholarship, a mentorship, overcoming obstacles, and then I will leave you all with some words of wisdom. So my name is Monique. I am originally from Riverside, California. I moved to Las Vegas after I graduated from high school in 2001. I'm a twin, so my twin and I moved to Vegas. My parents wanted us to become independent and attend a school out of state. So we lived in the dorms at UNLV. Our first year, I received my bachelor's in 2006. It took me 5 years and I was kind of burnt out. So I was done with school at that point, and I got a job working with Department of Homeland Security. I got married, moved to Japan, and then came back to Las Vegas and started working with the state when I decided to pursue my master's degree in early childhood special education in 2010. I graduated with my master's in 2012 and really wanted to go for a PhD, but I was really burnt out again at that time. So I decided to get some experience in the field. And so I worked with the state of Nevada Early Intervention Services for a couple of years. Priscilla and I actually worked there together as developmental specialists. We shared an office together. There I served families and children with disabilities birth to 3. I primarily served the North Las Vegas region, East region. I'm bilingual, so I worked with a lot of families that were Spanish speaking. From there, I worked in the field, and then I realized I really wanted to pursue my PhD, and I applied to the program at UNLV, and I was accepted, and I started the PhD program in 2016. From there, I entered academia, and I am now currently an assistant professor of special education at New Mexico State University, which is located in Las Cruces, New Mexico. It's on the borderlands. We border El Paso, Texas, so I'm about 30 minutes from Juarez, Mexico. My why, I also challenge you all to take notes today and really jot down on a piece of paper your why. Why are you pursuing a PhD at UNLV? My why, it was always important to me to have this close to me at my desk as I was in the program, to really stay engaged and persistent and reflect on the purpose of why I'm attaining this PhD. And my why was because in the field, as I was working with Nevada Early Intervention Services, I worked with a lot of families from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. And as I worked with them, I provided them several resources. And as their child turned 3, they had to transition out of Nevada Early Intervention Services, which is a family-centered, whereas when they go into the school district, it's more child-directed. And so when I would attend transition meetings with Clark County School District, I could see the barriers and the challenges and just the number of inequities that they experience during these meetings and the IEP meetings. And then as well as my lived experience, my son, he's currently 11. He is a Black boy with autism. And as a mother, I experienced several inequities navigating the special education system in Las Vegas with him. So both my professional and lived experience has led me to the PhD program, because I wanted to really do research around families of culturally linguistically diverse backgrounds to really change the experiences they have navigating the special education system. Okay, the 4-year plan. For this slide, the question I'm gonna answer is, how do you position yourself as a student of color for success in a PhD program? So these were all the tools I used to really position myself as a student of color to really be successful and to attain the goals I wanted. So as I entered the doc program, I created a kind of a map of a 4-year plan that I wanted to accomplish each year to check off. My department requires us to meet certain competencies each semester and year. My chair had me complete a progress report each year with outlining the competencies, what I accomplished, and my goals for the upcoming year. So this really helped me as well map out my personal goals. So I took it upon myself to use the progress report as a 4-year plan that embedded my personal goals that I wanted to accomplish each year. And I also knew as a Black woman that my experience would be different from my white colleagues. When I entered the program, I was the only Black doctoral student in my courses. So I really wanted to make sure that I was competitive because I know I would experience different barriers than they did as I progressed in the program, and also to attain a job once I attained the PhD. So my goals were looking at my academic goals, publications, how many presentations I wanted to complete by my 4th year in teaching. And so what I did in my department, all the faculty are really great. So I held meetings with probably about 3 to 4 different faculty members and really asked them how many conferences, what were their recommendations, things like that. And I had the opportunity to actually work as a graduate research assistant my 1st year, and the assistant professor I worked with, she had just graduated with her PhD in special education at the University of Florida, which is an R1 institution, number 3 in my field. So she was really competitive. Her research interests were really intriguing, and she really guided me with, what to expect in 4 years and how I can really make myself marketable. So it's really important that you are successful in all your classes. And I recall a lot of my peers had goals of, I want to get straight A's, I want to get straight A's. But it's great to do great in your classes, but if you get a B, that's okay, as long as you really retain the content, because you're not going to get a job just because you have a 4.0 GPA. You really need to develop a robust CV. And so then I looked at publications. How many publications do I need? How many publications do I need to really be successful? The Holmes Scholar, I forgot to speak about my Holmes Scholar. So I was a Holmes Scholar at UNLV my first 3 years. So I entered the program my 1st year, which was great because at that time we had a coordinator, and he coordinated several meetings that semester with different faculty from different departments in the College of Ed. And they really provided us with great mentorship and skills on, how to position ourselves to be successful in the PhD program, attend conferences, publications. So that also assisted me with developing my personal goals and my 4-year plan. So I developed a goal of publications. I told myself that I wanted to graduate with 3 publications. And I also wanted to present 25 times at different conferences in different formats, poster presentations, roundtables, and lectures, and beyond panels. And then teaching, I really wanted to make sure that I taught a variety of classes. I really didn't have a choice, but my department really gave me the opportunity to teach online and different courses as well. And I really wanted to develop my teaching philosophy because I knew that was important, and learn different formats and technology to embed within my courses. My 1st year also, I did a lot of self-reflection. I believe self-reflection is really important. So I remember talking to my chair at the time about my weaknesses and my strengths. And I realized my weaknesses were presentations and writing. So going into the doc program, the academic writing is a lot different. So those were the 2 things that I knew I needed to work on to be successful. And so I remember my mentor telling me, well, if you want to work on writing, the only way to get better is to read and write. And so that was my goal. And so that's what I did to work on presenting as well, was to really, that's why my goal was so high with presentations, because I really wanted to work on my presentation skills. I'm very timid. And so being out in conferences and networking, I believed would really help me with that. And then also, it's really important as a doc student when you enter to really figure out what you want to do once you attain your PhD, if that's to go into academia, or if you want to stay in K through 12 or private or policy, because that will really help shape your plan, your goals, what you really need to accomplish during your PhD program in order to attain that job to really be competitive. And I knew when I entered, I wanted to go into academia. So that was my goal. And that was why I kind of set my standards pretty high for myself so that I can ensure I was competitive. All right, keys to success. These were the keys to my success in the doc program. As a single mother, I had to really ensure that I established a routine with my workload, my goals, and then my personal responsibilities at home. Time management is really key. If you really don't create this at the beginning, you will really struggle because you can't really procrastinate. It will really show in your assignments, your research proposals, and it will really put a damper on you once you get to the dissertation process. And also, it's really important to get this really on lockdown as well if you want to go into academia, because once you become a faculty member, it's really crucial that you have a routine and a system set to be successful, because it's a totally different world. I would really like to emphasize to establish that system as well, because during the doc program, you will experience life, different challenges as well. And once you have the system, it will be really easier to navigate those challenges as well, which I'll speak a little bit further in the presentation about. Another key factor to my success was mentorship and networking. I really never had a mentor until I entered the doc program. So I really didn't know what to look for, what a good mentor was. And so what I really looked for is I wanted someone that aligned with my research interest and was really successful, and that could also relate to me. So I strategically sought out my mentor. I went through my entire department and really read their bios. And I recall setting a meeting with her, and she was my interim chair at the time, because my department, I'm not sure if all departments are like this, but we are assigned an interim chair. So she was actually assigned my interim chair. So I was really excited about that, because I had really looked at her interest before I applied for the doc program. And I recall sitting with her, and she gave me paperwork and said, okay, well, let me know when you want to decide on your committee and who you would like your chair to be. And I said, I want you. And she started laughing because I was so, adamant at the beginning. And we developed a really good working relationship. And she provided me with great insight from the beginning. I discussed my strengths, my weaknesses, what I really wanted to do in the program. And I recall her telling me my first semester, attend a conference in your field or another field. And so I attended my first conference, my first semester in November. I did not present, but it was eye-opening, and it really helped with my my fear of presenting at a conference. It was really life-changing to see different faculty and doc students. So that really also helped me prepare for my first presentation as a doc student. So I would highly encourage you all to look for conferences in your area to attend, and also try to see if you could get funding to attend those. Another key to my success was collaborating with doc students and home scholars across different institutions. So I always tried to collaborate with a lot of doc students in my department. Unfortunately, a lot that entered with me really did not go into academia, so a lot didn't really want to publish within my department. They wanted to present a presentation, so I did collaborate with some to present at some of our national conferences, but it's really hard to find somebody to write with in my department. So as a home scholar, when I went to conferences, it was really great to network with other doc students, and there I met some doc students at VCU actually that I was able to present with and that I now write with as well. Okay, culture shock. So how do you work around obstacles, and then how do you work around obstacles if you encounter them? So coming into the doc program, I was so intrigued, so inspired to come in, and I believed everyone would have the same mindset that I had. We're going to change the world, social justice, equity for all students. And so I recall going into the doc program and just experiencing several microaggressions from my peers. And I'm a passive person, quite naive as well. And so I had a lot to learn. I really didn't know how to navigate those situations. And so I recall, talking with my chair and another student, and they said, you really need to start speaking up, because if not, you're going to be swallowed in academia. And so that was really, really difficult. And, I just recall a lot of my peers saying, why do you work so hard, Monique? You're trying to go to Harvard. And, and I'm just like, no, I really want to get a job. And I know my experience is going to be different from yours. And I'm going to have a ton of different barriers, to overcome. And I quite got that question like all the time. I mean, almost on a daily basis when I went into the office, because I was constantly, doing coursework, and I took on a lot of leadership roles and different things like that. So that was quite shocking. So I really had to learn how to navigate, comments like that, and, microaggressions in class. I recall in one of our classes, Dr. Morgan had us read Bell Hooks' Teaching to Transgress. And when we had dialogue, some of the students were just so belligerent. And I'm just like, oh my God. And they're going to go into academia. They're teaching my child, And so that was quite shocking to me, because I'm like, how can someone so educated, but again, naive, say things like this? And so I recall, talking to my chair and another peer about it. And what I love about my department at UNLV in early childhood multilingual special education, the faculty are very diverse. And I had, brought up these concerns, and they actually held a doc colloquium regarding microaggressions. And now I believe there's a diversity course in the doc program. So these issues were addressed. So it's really great to have that support. And be able to talk about, these things that you will experience as a student of color. So this really helped me as well, because as I transition now to this position as assistant professor, the microaggressions don't go away. So it's really good to take on all these experiences and really learn from them to really make yourself stronger. And kind of get thick skin. Like now I have thick skin. So you just have to really learn how to really navigate these and stay professional and stay true to yourself. This is another slide where I'm talking about, it's preceding what I just spoke about conquering obstacles. So the resources, are super important when you're going to the doc program on conquering obstacles, because you never know what's going to happen, what life's going to throw at you. During my doc program, I almost lost my mom twice. I believe it was my third year, going into my third year, my mom had knee surgery, and she had blood clots, and they were massive. And by the grace of God, she survived them, and the doctors were surprised, because they said nobody ever survives those. And so I was totally broken at that point. I didn't know if I could continue, what I could do. And everybody, Priscilla and I are really close, and I remember her calling me and telling me, you can do it, just stay strong, take a break. So I took a few days off, but I had tons of work to do and things like that. And so I really relied on resources and networks to get me through those times. If it wasn't for that, I don't know if I would have had to take a break, or what would have happened. So really utilize your networks. It's so important to network with peers and faculty that can really support you, because you will experience different challenges if it's regarding your family, school, work, or just life in general. Resources. I utilized several resources during my doc program at UNLV. As a student, it's so important. You pay a lot of tuition, so really utilize everything that is offered to you. The graduate college always offers different workshops that you can attend for, mental health, wellness, how to build a CV, how to prepare for a job. I literally attended so many workshops, professional development, because I knew I wanted to take up as much knowledge and learn as much as I could to be successful. I remember attending 2 to 3 IRB workshops, asking questions. And then when it came, because my goal was, I do not want to have revisions when I submit my IRB. So I met with the director and asked questions at the end of the workshop. And when I submitted my IRB, I had no revisions. And that was my goal, because the IRB process at UNLV it was very long at the time when I was starting my dissertation. So I was quite proud of myself. And I remember my chair was really proud too, but I really put in the work prior. So it's really important to put in the work prior, because it will really help you once you have to do the work. And then I also utilized the writing center as well. And I remember, again, in my program, some of my peers, the microaggressions, oh, you go to the writing center, you must not be able to write. And so I went to the writing center all 4 years, and I finally found someone that I could really connect with there. So I went 2 to 3 times a week, and it wasn't to review my work. It was to really discuss ideas, because I was able, just with him not being in my background, I was able to bounce ideas off of him and really create some cool projects, cool ideas. And then also when I developed my manuscript, I would take it, and it really helped me learn how to edit my work, and really learn how to get around passive voice, because passive voice was the death of me. But now I'm happy to say I'm able to, recognize it and work through those. But if I didn't utilize those tools that were offered to me, I would be really in a hard point right now with writing. Writing still isn't easy, but I gained a lot of tools that I'm able to use now. Communication. Communication is really important. I developed great communication with my chair, faculty, really being comfortable. Always remember, closed mouths don't get fed. So if you can't voice your concerns, and nobody can really assist you or help you. So make sure that you develop some type of communication with one of your faculty mentors or different faculty. And it's also important to network with faculty in your department and outside. I had Dr. Jackson in what department is that? TNL, I think. She was one of my mentors. I took an independent study with her one summer, and I would set meetings with her. I think I probably met with her a couple of times, and just communicated with her about her experience, because she was a new assistant professor as well. So it's just really important to communicate with a lot of folks across campus, everywhere. I remember students, when I walk with them, they're like, wow, everybody. But I would attend so many workshops. And so that was my goal, to really learn from a variety of faculty at UNLV. And then the last one, therapy. This is so taboo to a lot of people. But I knew the challenges I experienced with my mom being sick, almost losing her twice, a single mother, just the challenges, and then going into the dissertation phase. I signed up for therapy at UNLV. So I went to therapy at the Wellness Center, start of the first semester of my last year. And that was just to really help me. I knew I needed to talk to somebody that, I didn't have any connection to. And so that was really life-saving, because I was able to talk about, the stress I had going into the dissertation phase, and the struggles with my mom being sick, and then my son applying for tenure track positions. It was just a lot. And I knew I didn't want to have a breakdown because I've seen a lot of people really struggle. And I think I failed to mention prior to the summer prior to my dissertation phase, I actually had to take 2 incompletes because of my mom being sick. It took a toll on me. So I remember my professor, he told me, you have to take a incomplete matute, because I just could not get this proposal together. I kept trying and trying, and I just could not, because I could not focus. And then I had to start my dissertation over as well. I had a chapter 1 completed, but it just wasn't going to fly. The topic, they're like, you can't go anywhere with this topic. When you graduate, what are you going to do? That it can't just be that. And so I was so heartbroken. I remember walking out of the college, just crying. I wanted to give up. And I picked up the phone and called my home scholar friend at North Carolina A&T. And she's like, you cry it out today. You get back on that computer tomorrow and you figure it out. Because I was on the point, I can't do this no more. And that's why I say networking is so important, because I was able to call a home scholar all the way in North Carolina. And she was the one that really got me through. And so that summer, I had to figure out a new dissertation and do the incomplete. I remember Dr. Filler, he told me he wanted the proposal by August 15th. And he really knows me. I took most of my classes in my master's program, so he knows my story of, personal experience of getting a divorce. I got a divorce at the beginning of my master's program. So I've known him for years. He knows about my son. He knows the challenges I experienced with Clark County School District. And I remember him telling me, you are so inspiring. I couldn't do this stuff. You do, Matute. You're strong. I'm sorry. I remember just walking out and saying, I can do this. Sorry, I just need a minute.
That's okay. In the dissertation process, we've all been there on the fence. No problem.
So I knew I had to complete it, and I persisted, but I had a lot of support from not only my mentor committee, but other faculty. So therapy really helped me with all the stress that I went through, because that summer I had to prepare a new dissertation, hold this different dissertation topic, finish the research proposal for his class, and study for comps, all that I had to have completed by August. And I did it. I did not pass comps the first time. I passed comps for 2 of my for my chair and one of my committee members. And my other committee member wanted me to rewrite one question. And the question was on disproportionality of students of color. And I was like, why do I have to rewrite on this? This is I know all of this. And I knew all of it, but she said, I know your work and it could just be better. It's not that you failed. Because at first I was like, I failed. And my chair was like, you didn't fail. You need to have a talk with her. And she was no longer at UNLV. So she is at Florida International. So I had to Zoom with her, and she said, your response was great, but I know you can do better. And I want you to discuss X, Y, and Z. And so that made me feel better. But at the time I felt like a failure again. And so, just never think that you having to rewrite is, you're failing. And sometimes they just want you to do better because they know your capabilities. And so I remember a lot of peers in my office are like, did you pass comps? Did you pass comps? And I remember telling one of my peers that I was so close to, and I was just heartbroken, because it was like I think she thought I was just failing, because she knew about my 2 incompletes and my rewrite. And so I just continued to persist and work hard. And I knew I wanted to propose that fall. And so I proposed, but really therapy really helped me get through all that. And then the support from my networks and my mentor. All right, so mentorship. Mentorship was really key to my success. These are all the three areas: faculty, networks, and peers. Faculty, like I said, faculty in my department are amazing. I feel we have the best department in the College of Ed. They all have a robust area of research. I believe our department gets the most grants in the College of Ed. And so they're just so inspiring. And so I just wanted to really have a variety of mentors in my department. So I had a really great committee, and I also, still communicated with other faculty and admired their work. As a stock student, I really made sure that my mentor aligned with my lens and where I wanted to go. I really sought out a mentor of color. So my chair was Dr. Brown. She identifies as a Black female. And I felt that having her, I would be able to communicate more. She would be more responsive to my needs and responsive to my culture. And I'm not saying that white faculty member can't be responsive to my needs or my culture, because I had great mentors that were white as well in my department. But with Dr. Brown, I was just able to let my hair down more, be able to talk to her, be more real, kind of, just the struggles. And so I really had a really great mentorship with her, and I still talk to her almost on a daily basis. We share text messages and things like that. So we're still really well connected. Communication is important. Being able to communicate your thoughts. I really wanted a faculty member that kept it real with me, that would not sugarcoat things. And Dr. Brown does not sugarcoat things. And I remember some of my white peers are like, why did you pick her? She's so hard. She's so mean. But I knew to be prepared for a job out in academia that I didn't want anybody to just get me through. I wanted them to make sure that I was well prepared and not just like checking off the list. Because there are some faculty members that might not really challenge you. And I didn't want that. I wanted somebody that would really challenge me and make me work hard. Networking is super important. As a Holmes scholar, that really opened me up. Attending the pre-conference was life-changing. Just being in a room full of stock students and faculty of color, I just can't even describe the experience. So I'm really excited for you all. If you haven't been to a conference, when you attend, it's really life-changing. As a Holmes scholar, I attended the pre-conferences. I went to Washington Week. When I went, it was in person in DC. That was life-changing as well. So I really hope things get better with COVID so that you can all experience that. Holmes also provided a dissertation camp that I attended a year prior to my dissertation phase. That was really helpful. It was really inspiring to hear from other faculty. And I am so glad I had the opportunity to do that, because once I got to the dissertation phase, a lot of the tools that they spoke about really assisted me with getting through. Because I remember Dr. Alston had said, as you get to the dissertation and closer to the finish line, you'll see the folks closest to you won't really support you as well. And I saw that with some family and friends. It just made things a little bit more challenging. So it's just so important to network, because you can reach out to those faculty or doc students that you've created working relationships with. Conferences, it's so important to go to conferences in your discipline area as well. I attended several, as you heard. I attended at least 2 conferences a semester. I also had the opportunity to attend a conference internationally. I went to Cape Town, South Africa with Dr. Brown. We presented there. That was a great experience. It was totally different experience presenting internationally. I feel folks really highly attend those sessions more than the ones that are, held within the US. So I remember presenting there. I was nervous. That was my first presentation. That was a lecture. And it was highly attended, and it was at 4 p.m. and the room was full. And I recall presenting, at New Orleans at 4, and nobody was in the room. It was 2 participants. So if you have the opportunity to present internationally at an international conference, I highly suggest you try to get at least one experience. Also, join organizations in your field. I joined several, and then I also tried to take on leadership roles as well. As a Holmes Scholar, I decided to support the social media coordinator 1 year. And so I supported her in her role, helped her develop notes and post things. And then the second year, I decided to run for a role on the Holmes Council board. And so I was social media coordinator for 1 year. And that really also helped me create more relationships when I was on the Home Council and learn more. So I would highly suggest you all run for the Homes Council if you can, or just be on a committee, because that also helps. And that will also help grow your CV and give you experiences and meet other Home Scholars at different institutions as well. And then also the Writing Center. As I told you, I created a really good working relationship with one of the consultants at the Writing Center. I made appointments at least 2 to 3 times a week with him. So I saw him several times a semester. And then peers, it's really also important to have peers that you network with in your department, College of Ed, across campus, and then across institutions as well, because you can create writing groups. So I also was part of a writing group. I still am, which includes a lot of Home Scholars. I think there's like 5 of us in the writing group, and we meet online via Zoom, and we are all across the US. So some of us are on Pacific Standard Time, East Coast. So we are literally have the Zoom link working 24 hours. So if you will get up at 3 o'clock and you want to write, someone's on it. And so that was really helpful, because we do check-ins like every 2 hours and really keep each other motivated, to get our dissertation done. And so I recall when I was writing my dissertation last month, I didn't go to sleep till 6 o'clock, and there was always someone on there writing with me. You can do it, Mo. You got this. Are you done with those edits? So it's really important to kind of create those networks, because when you get to the dissertation phase, it's really isolating. You're really by yourself. You have to do the work yourself. And I find myself, I like being surrounded with people or in a really comfortable space. And that was my space that I needed to be on Zoom with others that were in the same process as me. Also, developing a working relationship with peers can help with collaborating on presentations as well. You could present together at conferences, share a hotel room, because it's pretty expensive to travel to conferences. So looking at that, sometimes I would share a room with 4 people or, only 2. Also, when you go on the job search, you can practice, role play your interviews. Also, talk about they might have a position at your Home Scholar friend at VCU, and they can tell you, oh, the dean, can tell you different things. So that really also helps. Or share their materials for applications, because you have to write a cover letter, research statement, teaching philosophy. And so when I went into that process, I had no idea what what a research statement looks like. So I was able to get, guidance from peers that graduated before, or tips when they went on the job talk, different things. And then just have to have emotional support. I know when I had a bad day or something, you know, I'd pick up the phone right when I left the building and called Priscilla. Oh my gosh, guess what happened? You know, just someone that can kind of lift you up. So when you get home, you don't have to bring that into the house, and you can get to your family and then, you know, get back to work and kind of let that go. So it's just really important to have some type of emotional support where you can vent. And then again, as I discussed, writing groups was really important for me, and mentorship as well, to be able to write with others. Not only to write along with them and accountability, but also someone that I could, you know, share my work with, another set of eyes. Like, what do you think? Do you think I need to develop this idea more, just to get a little bit of tips. Also, I highly recommend you all take on leadership roles at UNLV as well. So become like a president or secretary on a student organization board. It really helps with leadership. Also, you know, being able to network with other doc students at UNLV. I had the opportunity, I served on a lot of organization leadership roles. I did student academic authors. If you are part of early child multilingual special education department, 2 doc students created student academic authors. And I think now William might be the president. So that might be something you want to get involved with, because it's a great organization and you really work on publications and presenting. So that's something you can get involved on, try to get on the board. It's something you could put on your CV, and it's really helpful organization. I also had the opportunity to be the editorial assistant for the Journal of Intervention in School and Clinic with Dr. Higgins and Dr. Boone. That was a very great experience. I was really privileged to be the editorial assistant for 2 years. It really helped me to see the behind scenes of the publication process. I now understand why, you know, in classes, you know, APA 7th edition is so important to learn. It's really important to know APA. That should be your Bible. You should have one at your office, at home, everywhere. At least I have like 3 of them. Because in order to get published, you really need to know APA. I know my department's really strict on APA. I know other departments aren't, because I had a lot of friends in different departments in College of Ed, and they don't know APA. And I think it's a really disservice to you when you get to dissertation. You're really going to struggle, because you really need to know APA. And then also to publish, you don't want to have to pay $1,000 for an editor because you don't know APA. And my friend had to do that recently because she just had no knowledge of APA. I helped her with what I could, but I have a really heavy workload, so I couldn't really edit her whole dissertation for APA. So that's something I really advise you to work on, is really, you know, study APA and know it, because it will really help you with your academic writing and getting published, and really help you with your dissertation as well. All right, benefits and value of the program. So my program, Early Childhood Multilingual Special Education, they really prepared me for my position. I don't feel I walked in and didn't know how to do something. The program was really robust. I know how to build a CV. I'm not a CV, a syllabus, you know, build a course, do research, write for publication, write for grants. We have a grant writing class, and that really helped me. In my first year, last year, I submitted for Emerging Scholars Grant. And I remember I struggle from imposter syndrome. I remember emailing Dr. Brown, can you look at it? And she's like, no, like I can do it. I'm on my own. And I remember I worked really hard on it, and I only had like 4 days to get it done because it was over the winter break and I had so much other things. And I applied for the $10,000 grant, because you can apply for $5,000 or $10,000. And the terms are, if you get the $10,000, you have to submit for an external grant within 2 years. And so I developed a research proposal, and I wrote the grant, and I actually got the Emerging Scholars Grant. So that was a really great motivation. And I really thank, my program for preparing me and that grant writing class. I remember Priscilla looked at it too and she's like, it's good. And I said, yeah, Dr. Higgins really knew what she was talking about. And so now I'm preparing to write one for NSF next semester, and probably one for a foundation. So that's really my goal. And if your department doesn't offer a grant writing class, graduate college always offers grant writing classes. So, attend as much professional development as you can. Make it like one of your priorities, because that's what really helps me. And even as an assistant professor now, New Mexico State has a teaching academy, which is really great, and they provide so much professional development, and I still attend them. And sorry, let me go. I'm going off a tangent. So the student academic authors, they are plugged in with the National Organization of Teaching Academic Authors. I believe Dr. Huerta is part of it. That is also another great tool. They always give tips on writing and different things like that as well. So benefits of the program, hands-on learning. So I really encourage you to work with faculty. I had the privilege of being a graduate assistant. I know not all doc students have the privilege because they might have children and the income is really low. So you might have to keep your job at the school district or wherever you work. But I highly recommend, if you're not on campus, that you still really try to network with faculty and see how you can work on projects or help them abstract articles, just to get your feet wet and to get that experience you might get as a research assistant or graduate assistant. Asking if you can guest lecture in one of their classes so that you can have those lines on your CV as well. Even though you're not a graduate assistant, you can still get that teaching experience. Also, research interest. The more you do work with faculty and reading, you're able to really align your research interests where you want to go. You don't want to be all over the place. So it's really important to try to get a research agenda early on in your program, really align it so that you are well-rounded when you finish your program. Funding is so important. Like I said, I went to a lot of conferences. They are expensive, so I highly encourage you to apply for every scholarship that you can, every fellowship. I remember my first year, I applied for every scholarship, and I was devastated because all of them were declined. Nope, like I didn't get any of them. But then my second year, I said, okay, well, how can I make these things better? And so I remember I went to the Writing Center and I said I wanted to apply, and he gave me tools like, you should talk about this, that, and that helped me. And so I revised my statements, and I'm happy to say I secured a lot of scholarships. I got the UNLV summer scholarship that was $7,000. And I remember Dr. Brown saying, you can submit this, I'll write the letter, but I'm not sure if you'll get it because it goes to more students like in the dissertation phase. I got that my third year, and that helped me go to South Africa. So that's how I was able to fund South Africa, because South Africa was about $3,000. So that helped me go to those international conferences. And then I applied for all different types of scholarships. I mean, some of them are only 500, 1,000, 2,000, but it added up. I remember one year, I think I got like close to $10,000 in 1 year. And that went to conferences, just, buying things that I needed. So really, really take on all those opportunities. Never feel defeated when you get declined. Just always try to reflect, how can I make this better, and, resubmit. And then I also was able to be a HAMS Institute on Disabilities. Dr. Higgins recommended myself and another doc student, and I had to interview with the board, and they were really impressed with my CV. And I was awarded the fellowship, and it was $5,000. And so that helped me too my last year. And then as a Holmes scholar, I entered my first year. And so you're allowed to be a Holmes scholar for 3 years with funding. I was also a Holmes scholar GA. So we're the highest paid GA. It was like $2,500 more than the other GAs. I believe they took that away now. So you're just a Holmes scholar. You get funding, but I only got funding for 3 years. So when I entered my 4th year, I mean, Home Scholars changed my whole life. So I said, I am going to this pre-conference. I don't care. I'm going to fund myself. And I was able to fund myself from those other scholarships I got from UNLV. And I submitted for the Holmes dissertation funding competition, and I was selected. And I remember, I have to win this. My friend won the previous year. And so she said, you got to go in there. You got it. You'll win. And so she told me, helped me with my PowerPoint. But then I scheduled a meeting with Dr. Brown, Dr. Jackson, and Priscilla. Dr. Jackson was a judge the previous year. So I wanted to get her insight on, what did she look for in the candidates. And so I remember going to the conference with Priscilla, Dr. Brown, and Dr. Jackson, and I presented. It was a mess when I presented my first time, and they gave me a lot of feedback. And so I took the feedback and re-outlined my presentation and practiced it a few times when we were in Atlanta in the hotel room. And I was so nervous going in. And I presented it at the conference and I won. And then last year, Priscilla won. And I remember Priscilla said she was going to apply. I said, okay, well, you're going to get it. And her and I think for 2 weeks, right, Priscilla, we practiced every night. And I said, okay, I'm willing to share my tools with UNLV folks. I mean, some other folks asked, can you share your materials? Nope. And so I shared my materials with Priscilla and she outlined it. We outlined it just like how I did. We practiced every day and she won. So we're undefeated. So one of you all need to win next year. Hopefully, I don't know if any of you are in dissertation, but yeah, so always feel free to reach out if you are going to submit, because I'm willing to share my materials and mentor you to do a good job on that competition, because that was $3,000. It really helped me with my dissertation. I did a systematic literature review, which is a lot of work, and I was able to fund and pay 2 doctoral students in my program to help me review articles to see if they met my criteria. And so that's a lot of work to ask a doctoral student. So I was able to pay them for their work, which was really rewarding to them. They didn't want me to pay them, but I did, and it was really rewarding to them to, get paid a decent amount of money to help me with that. Also, academic writing, really important to work on that. The only way you get better is to read and write. And then publications, really focus on working on publications in the doc program to make yourself competitive upon graduation. And then learning different methodologies. I'm quantitative, but now I'm trying to learn qualitative research. So really try to work with different faculty that might be qualitative researchers, quantitative, if you're looking more to be mixed methods, because now I'm looking at mixed methods. So I really need to learn how to code. So really take on those challenges as a doc student. All right, positioning yourself for academia. So what aspects of the PhD process positioned me for my academic position? As I said before, my program really prepared me. I didn't feel not prepared. I know some other assistant professors that came in with me really didn't have a lot of experience building courses and stuff, whereas I did. So that was really helpful. Really publishing, having the opportunity to publish. My chair, she always makes sure her students publish before they graduate. So that was my goal. And I didn't meet my goal of 3 publications, but I did meet my goal of having 2 publications. So that really helped me get my job. But I also had other things in the work in the process that I was able to get out last year. So I did have stuff in the pipeline. So it's just really helpful to be able to navigate that, as I said, time management, because if you don't have time management, you're not going to be able to publish and do all these different service requirements. Research, I wanted to do a pilot study, but I just didn't have the time. But I did assist with data collection on a grant project that Dr. Morgan had. So that was great to have like data collection experience in the field as well. Building a CVS syllabus was also good for me to learn, because as a new assistant professor, you might have new preps, have to create a new course. So it's really important to have those skills. Teaching online, different formats like COVID now. I'm so glad I had the opportunity to teach online course because everything right now is online for me. It's quite challenging because I like to teach in person. So I'm still learning through that process. And then also APA 7th edition, as I said before, really important to know APA. So that should be your Bible. And then also really learn journals in your field and interdisciplinary journals that you can submit to. Really important to look for journals you can submit to, what are their requirements, things like that. And then also, if you want to go into academia like I did, my department sends out job announcements when they come out. And as a first-year student, I looked at those job announcements to see, well, do I want to go to that institution? What are they requiring? So really important to look at what qualifications they are looking for, preferred qualifications, so you can really try to work on those skills now. A lot of jobs want you to have 3 years of teaching experience in K through 12. So if you don't have that, really try to make sure you get that if you want to go into academia. I didn't have K through 12 teaching experience, but I'm a licensed teacher birth through 8. So my teaching experience, I'm a licensed teacher, but my experience was with early childhood setting. So that still counted, but I was disqualified for some jobs that really wanted me to have experience in the classroom. So just be mindful of that if you're from early childhood background, et cetera, because that disqualified me. But I do have teaching experience, but some specifically want you to have experience in the classroom. Preparing for academia. So these were the 3 categories that really helped me prepare: mentor, network, and peers. As I said, again, my mentor really prepared me to be ready for the academy with her advising, helping me get published, teaching, and just responsive to all my needs. Networking is really important as well at conferences. As Dr. James said, when you go to Holmes Scholar pre-conference, a lot of the faculty are at a variety of institutions. A lot of Holmes Scholars alumni are deans as well. And so a lot of them look to hire Holmes Scholars. One of my friends just got hired at VCU, and the dean there is a Holmes Scholar alum. So it's really important to network with them. I just recently, one of the Holmes Scholar alum, she is a faculty member at Bowen University, HBCU, and she messaged me on Facebook and said, "Dr. Matute, I'm so excited to see you're in the academy. Please submit to this SIG. I'm the chair." And so, you have all these opportunities. They really want to see you be successful, even though they might not be you might have not been their student, but they really want to stay connected with you and really push you. So it's really important to collaborate and really network with other faculty and doc students, because when you go on the job market, they might be on that search committee, or they might know faculty in that department, and it really helps you give an insight of what the department's like, the institution. So really utilize all those opportunities that you have. Also get involved in organizations in your field as well. That's important as well to network. And then also, like I said, the Writing Center. I just love the Writing Center. And then peers, also writing and doing presentations. I've presented with some Holmes Scholars at different institutions, and we still are connected. So it's really important to do that. It provides you with other opportunities, different collaborations. You never know, you might be able to submit a grant together later. Just having emotional support, helping you on the job market, because that's another beast that you have to go through during your dissertation process. It's really stressful. So just being able to have emotional support from peers that might be going through the same process as you. Also take on leadership roles in your organizations within your discipline, and also the Holmes Scholars program if you can. Balancing life. So support system is huge. When you go into the program, I really relied on a support system from peers, faculty, and family. As I said, I'm a first generation student. My parents are immigrants, and so they really do not understand. They didn't understand the doc process, and my mom really doesn't even understand my position now. She doesn't understand why I'm always at my desk 7 days a week, why I work 7 days a week. So it's really important. So I looked at my peers as support, like emotional support, being able to talk to, collaborate with. Faculty, I got support from mentorship, advising. And then family, my family is support with my son because I'm a single mother. So they really assisted me. Moving here, it was hard because I have no friends, no family. And during COVID and the transition was hard because my son also has a disability. He's on the autism spectrum. So last year was quite challenging trying to figure out with no support in a new city, new state, no friends, nothing. But my parents are moving here now. They just sold their house in Vegas in one day and they'll be here in 3 weeks. So now I'll have more support, which is great. I finally found my routine here. And so now with that added support, I'm excited to see what I can accomplish this year, even more than what I accomplished last year. So really rely on that support system and know that not all your family and friends will understand your process because they don't understand academia. So you really need to rely on, faculty and peers that are in your area. Self-care is important. Diet, exercise, and like I said, therapy. Even though folks think it's taboo, it's really important. If you are not taking care of yourself, you won't be successful. So that's something I had to learn. So if you don't like to exercise, well, if you like to dance, we'll dance for 30 minutes. Do something that you can use as to decompress, journal, write self-affirmations, something for yourself. I still struggle with self-care. I just started working out again because I gained weight trying to finish the dissertation and then last year with the transition, but now I'm finding myself again. So I'm back on my exercise routine and diet. It's really, really important. It helps with your sleep. So really try to create a self-care balance. It's super important. All right, lessons learned. So if you know me, I am very nice, naive. I like to help everyone. So one thing you need to learn is to say no. That was really hard for me until my last year in the process, because I remember Dr. Brown saying, you can't be doing all these service obligations, being on, the organization boards. And so at that point, I started to learn how to say no. It's really important because you don't want to take on too many projects because you're going to be stressed, no sleep, or you might not meet the deadlines and you don't want people to think that you're not a good peer or colleague and you can't finish your deadlines. So really learn to say no and only take on what you can do. Do not take on projects that will not serve you. So if it's not in your research area, or it doesn't align with your research agenda, say no, because it's going to look very odd for you to take on things that, are not in your area. So you want to make sure you are create a CV that's robust, but that it aligns with your research area. Collaborative projects are great. Make sure that you are aware of who you collaborate with, that you can trust. You can trust sharing your research ideas. You can trust sharing your work. I only trust 2 people that I can send manuscripts to or work when I was in the doc program that I could trust, because some people will steal your work and that you work hard for. So just really be mindful. When you do collaborative projects as well, it's really important to be upfront and set who's going to be first author, second author. Try to make sure you get that in email and some sort of writing. So if you do have issues, that you set those standards at the beginning. And then self-advocacy, really learn how to self-advocate for yourself. That's really important. You don't want people to take advantage of you, and you want to really be able to advocate for what you need or what supports. And then words of wisdom. And I wanted to answer, how do Holmes scholars support my process? So words of wisdom, really be persistent. I remember if you take a class with Dr. Higgins and you get to grant writing, she will say, you don't get a PhD because you're smart. You get a PhD because you work hard. And it's really true. If you want that PhD, you have to work hard. You need to be persistent, and people that get across that finish line are resilient. Because once you get to that dissertation phase, it's really isolating. And I now know why people are ABD, because when I went in my first year and they're saying ABD and share the statistics, I remember saying, how can someone get through the program and just stay ABD and never finish? But once I got to that dissertation process, I realized, wow, I now know why people are ABD, because it is not easy. So, and once you cross over and get your PhD into a tenure track, also, I remember Dr. Brown, my mentor, telling me, the doc program, this is the fun part. And it truly is, it's the fun part. So take in the experience and really enjoy it. Because I'm not saying the tenure track isn't fun, but it's just a different experience. So really take in your entire experience, enjoy everything, try to increase your knowledge, and just be persistent, because that's what's going to get you through. And then self-care, again, is really important. If you don't take care of yourself, you will really struggle. And then be resilient. The folks that cross the line are resilient. So just stay strong and utilize all the resources and supports that you have. You're not alone. So just be mindful of that. And the Holmes program really helped me in this process. My mentor and the department, but also the Holmes program, because I learned so much from the pre-conference, attending all those workshops on, job talks, research proposals, collaborating. It was just a really great experience. And then final thought, I got this quote from Dr. Brown. I remember she shared it at a panel we were on, and it always stuck with me since then. It's by Bob Marley. Some people feel the rain, others just get wet. And as you're going through this doc program, it shouldn't be like a checkoff box. Okay, I took this class. Check, check, check. I'm almost done. Check, check, check. Some of my friends did that. Their goal was just to get through the program super fast, 3 years. And when you do that, it's a truly disservice, because some of them that did that, they really struggled when they got to the dissertation process, because they did not gain the skills from the class. They really didn't learn. They just rushed through it, submitted this proposal, and they just wanted an A. So they did whatever they wanted to get an A, but they really didn't understand the content, because they went to this friend that took the class the year before. And so because maybe you get a B on your research proposal, don't be defeated, because you might have learned more than the person that got that A. And it will really show when you get to the dissertation, because your chair can't write your dissertation for you. You have to really be able to develop your question. And the only way you're going to be able to do all that is if you are really taking in everything you are learning in your classes. So really make sure that you take in everything, you enjoy the process instead of rushing, because it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So really, I really advise you to do that, because when you get to the dissertation process, you're really going to struggle. Any questions? And then if you want to contact me, that's my email. I am part of the NASA, the National Association for Holmes Alumni. I'm on the mentoring committee. We really haven't met. I don't know if it's because of COVID, but I'm always willing to mentor students. I still keep in touch with a lot of Holmes scholars that were after me that just came off the job market. So if you need anything, you could always feel free to reach me.
Thank you for your presentation. I really appreciated all the suggestions and advice that you were giving. So my question is around, I guess what I've noticed, I'm in my 2.5 year in the doctoral program, and I've noticed that I see that you moved to another state, and I don't know how open I am yet about, pursuing, I know that I would like to be in academia, but I'm not sure if I really want to move And from what I've noticed is that a lot of times professors are usually in their roles for years before they move on. So what are your thoughts about that, and advice or suggestions about if you do decide to go into academia, relocating?
I feel everybody has their own idea. I knew I wanted to go into academia. I wanted to move. I wanted to leave Las Vegas. I really wanted to be in the DMV or North Carolina. I was set on North Carolina. And I remember Dr. Brown saying, do you know how they treat women in North Carolina? And I was like, I have to go to North Carolina. That was my goal. I wanted to go be an assistant professor at North Carolina A&T or somewhere in the DMV. So I applied everywhere, because if you really restrict yourself, then you're more limited, and the market is really competitive. So I applied everywhere. And another thing I failed to mention is to really know if you want to go to R1, R2, or R3. I knew I didn't want to go to a teaching institution because I didn't want to have to teach 4 classes a semester or 3. New Mexico State is a R2. However, they have initiatives right now to become R1 by 2025. So the pressure here feels like I'm at R1 because they want you to submit for grants. The publishing requirements are 2 to 3 a year. So it's almost like a R1. So my goal was to go to R1 or R2. And I applied to New Mexico when the job announcement came out, because I was really strategic when I looked at job announcements. So that's why I advise you, if your department sends them out, that's great. If not, you can go on yourself at Chronicle or higher ed jobs to see what people want. And I remember when New Mexico State released it, they were very social justice, equity lens. And so that intrigued me. So then I went and looked at the department, and I saw their classes were aligned with like a social justice lens, equity. So I was intrigued. So I applied because I didn't really want to stay close to Vegas. So I applied to New Mexico in a variety of places. And I had about probably 5 Zoom interviews, and I had 2 on-campus interviews. And like I said, I wanted to go to North Carolina. I came here for my first job interview, and it felt like home. And I remember peers in my department said, when you go, you'll just know. And I was like, wow, I think I understand what they said. It just felt great. My job talk, everything. And actually, Dr. Brown was an assistant professor here, so she knew some people in other departments. So I got to meet one of her friends here, and it was really nice too to see somebody, that she knew. And then when I went on my second job interview, it was close to Vegas as well. And I wanted to leave. I remember I called Dr. Brown. I said, can I come home? She said, no, you have to finish, just because the experience was totally different. So I know I'm going around your question, but I feel like you need to be open and prepared to move. I was, and, my heart was set on North Carolina or DMV, but when I came here, I loved it. It's still the Southwest, it's desert, but it's not like Vegas. The weather is different here, and it's more green. So I still feel like I have that green that I wanted in North Carolina. And I love it here. I was able to buy a house. Cost of living is a lot cheaper. So I was really set here. And what's funny is when I accepted the job here, a week later, North Carolina A&T called me for an interview. So I was like, wow, isn't that, it's something. So you have to be willing to move. I know I'm not going to move. So my goal is to make tenure. A lot of folks say you really don't stay at your first institution you go to, you usually move. But I really like it here. I bought a house, and I have a son that, has issues with transitions. So my goal is to stay here long-term, as long as I, make tenure, that's my goal. So I feel you should really keep your options open. And another thing that helped was going to conferences. You go to different cities and states. So when you go there, you can kind of say, like, do you think I can live here? And that's what I did when I went to Atlanta, Baltimore, different locations. I said, oh, no, I can't live here. I remember when I went to San Antonio, I said, I can't live here. I know. So that's off my list if jobs come. So just being able to open and attending those conferences will help.
Thank you so very much for joining me today. I was just reminding attendees that these presentations will be posted on the UNLV Home Scholars website, because there are students who have signed up to be here today who are not here, so that everyone will have access. Dr. Matute really emphasized some key points that I'll talk about throughout the year. But one thing I wanted to remind you, in terms of how the Home Scholars Program is shaped now through the future, you do have financial support for a conference of your choice beyond the Home Scholars Conference. And so we'll talk about that. That's why I said at the very beginning, I'd like you to think about your career path and what your goals are in those areas that I gave you, because I want to know specific. I want things to be specific. When you have a specific goal, it's attainable. When it's not specific, you go in many different directions, and that's something we want to prevent from happening. And, one thing that she really emphasized was feedback. We talked about how these routines that you establish now transition you into academia. Your whole career in academia is built on feedback. Mm-hmm. Some of the toughest reviewers I've had produced my best work. And I would not have produced that without the challenge that they provided. And so when you're looking for mentors, she mentioned, looking for people that challenge you, that challenge deep thinking, comprehensive understanding, not just someone who's going to, say that you're doing well. Maybe someone who says, I don't understand this. Can you, is there another way to look at this? What are you leaving out? What is it that we don't know about this particular area? I think that's very, very important. And then again, the question you had, Camila, about moving. My department head told me when I left Texas A&M, which is where I started in the bilingual education program there, that's how you establish your career. Careers are built on being flexible enough to move into different places. That's where I started. I was then at University of Denver in the Child Family School Psychology program there, and now I'm here. So, you have to be really know what you want, and at the same time be very flexible, because as you progress in the tenure and promotion process, those associate positions, those full professor positions become even the most competitive, because there are fewer of them out there. So just always keep that in mind, and we'll talk more about building a career trajectory. I'm looking at our time. Gosh, that was wonderful. I was just really immersed there. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Dr. Matute, I'll follow up with an email with you, because I, just had some ideas for you. But thank you so much. She was supposed to fly in, and then we made this transition this week to meet remotely, so she wasn't able to fly in as she had planned to. But thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for all the information that you have given to us. I have a whole bullet point page here of things that can gave me some ideas for our meetings across the year. So thank you so much for joining us. So I'd like to transition us now to our last conversation. The topic is called How to Be Mentored. And so we have 2 UNLV faculty who are leading this discussion. Dr. Blanca Rincon, who's an assistant professor in the Educational Psychology and Higher Education Department in the College of Education. She recently co-authored as first author an article that has appeared in Journal of Hispanic and Higher Education. The title of it is Latinx Students Charting Their Own STEM Pathways, How Community, Cultural Wealth Informs Their STEM Identity. So shout out to Dr. Rincon on that publication. Dr. Katrina Liu is the Associate Professor in Teaching and Learning. She recently has a book that was published called Critical Reflection for Transformative Learning. I do have my copy. It's published by Springer, so a shout out to Dr. Liu. So I will allow them both to begin.
Today, we are co-presenting our session, and we were thinking a lot about the topic that we were asked to talk about. And we took some time, Dr. Liu and I took some time to reflect on the lessons we've learned about mentoring. And so we're hoping to impart some of that to you all. And one of the things that we ended our meeting with when we were discussing what we would present was how we could have made a better opportunity of some of the relationships that we've had. And so we're trying to share that with you all as you all are cultivating some of those relationships now. So the title of our presentation is Making the Most Out of Your Mentoring Relationships. And we have 3 goals for today for you all that we're hoping to accomplish. One is identifying the type of mentorship you need. The second is to empower you to consider the mechanisms available to help you acquire the mentoring relationships you'd like to cultivate. And then the last one is for us to share a little bit about our own mentoring networks as graduate students, and hopefully provide some type of a roadmap as you all are thinking about your own mentoring networks. So the first question that I want to pose to you all is, what do you need? And I want you to think a little bit about that, because oftentimes we start with, I want a mentor. We don't really think about like, well, what am I hoping to gain out of this mentoring relationship? And some of that comes from the assumption that people are taught how to be mentors, right? So my mentor will know what I need. And some people will, right? There's some really great perceptive mentors, but some won't. And so how do you then communicate your needs? And so you start with what are my goals? And so maybe take a few seconds right now to think about what your goals are. I'm guessing that most of you are probably wanting to be faculty and join academia. Those weren't actually necessarily my goals early on, but it was one of the things that I definitely thought about. And so I first started with, okay, so if my goal is to join academia, what do I need then to be successful? And the previous presentation spoke to like publications, right? As well as developing a research skill set. But there are other things that you might need: emotional support, a safe space, an intellectual community, a place to share ideas, right? Maybe you need a role model, someone who is the type of faculty member you want to be, right? Who demonstrates those characteristics that you aspire to. Maybe you need sponsorship. Maybe you need someone who can connect you to the people that you want to meet, right, in your field. And for me, as a first generation college student and faculty member, some of those needs were, I don't even know what I need, right? So some of it was just information. So who do I need to talk to learn what I need to be successful? So there was an information gap for me. And so I thought about who those mentors were that I needed to build and cultivate relationships with to get that information. And so in thinking about information, resources, advice, support, connections, all of those are important needs that will help drive the types of mentors you might cultivate over time. And over time, the nature of those relationships will change. And so just be open to that too. That's the beauty of cultivating mentorship relationships. And I guess the last thing I'll say on this slide is by identifying your needs first before you go into the I need a mentor, it'll be a lot more likely that you'll get that from the mentor that you're trying to cultivate that relationship with. If you can communicate your needs, they can then help fulfill the type of mentor that you want them to be, or tell you, maybe I don't have that skill set, but I can connect you to someone else, and you continue to build that mentoring network.
What we kind of think about is the first thing is, what is a mentoring relationship? So you'll probably run into many types of mentoring relationships, and you probably have also developed some mentoring relationships. So this here, we kind of try to convey some messages to you what a reciprocal mentorship is like. So a mentorship relationship is a close, individualized, and a reciprocal relationship that develops over time. It's not like just, okay, you meet your mentor once and then you you have a relationship. It really develops over time, and between a graduate student and a faculty member. It includes both caring and guidance from the mentoring. So I want you guys to feel empowered. Like mentoring is not just you listen to your mentor and to do whatever the mentor wanted you to do. We want to share through this presentation and our own experiences that what is your role, what knowledge and skills that you can actually contribute to the mentoring relationship, which probably also benefit your mentor, not just you as the recipient of this, the benefit from this relationship. So I would like to share with you the little process of mentoring relationship development. Like any type of relationship development, it takes time. It takes different stages. So in a mentoring relationship between you and a faculty member or many faculty members, and it started as an initiation. So that means you get to know each other and setting up goals, like Dr. Resume just mentioned, right? You first need to reflect what do you need and what are your goals, and this takes some time. It takes maybe back and forth. You meet with the mentor, and then the second stage is cultivation. And again, it takes time to cultivate a healthy and a reciprocal relationship. And it's an active and a productive stage. So that means after you know each other, after you know what your goal and express that goal to your mentor, and then it's the stage that what kind of skills and knowledge and experience that you actually receive from this mentoring relationship, and then it's a separation, right? Don't be scared of that. It's natural because you're gonna graduate, right? After you graduate, it's right before after you graduate. Then you'll probably need to rethink what this relationship gonna be. But don't think this is the ending of this relationship. We're both gonna share some of our own experiences, like how we actually continue this mentorship with our graduate faculty member and how helpful that is. So it takes time for you to reflect, okay, again, what is your role at this stage? After you graduate, you become a faculty member in another institution. So that means we'll have a redefinition stage, after you graduate. And then probably it takes another process of like how you're going to initiate and cultivate, and then, probably not separate again. So maybe this process is not necessarily keep going on. Okay. And so since most of us are first generation graduate student, like I grew up in a small village and both my parents never even finished elementary school. And then I moved to the United States knowing nothing about the system here. So it takes a lot of time for us to adjust and to get to know the system and to know how graduate school works. But at the same time, I think we need to be, as a graduate student, as well as a faculty mentor, it's important to be culturally aware. It's just like when we teach, we need to be culturally aware and culturally responsive. That means the mentors need to recognize their own culturally shaped beliefs, perceptions, and the judgments. And sometimes those judgments are deeply rooted in taken for granted and the long-standing socially distorted assumptions. So it's important, like we all kind of reflect on those distortions or bias. And so mentors also need to recognize and embrace mentees' culturally practices as assets. So that hopefully this process will also encourage the mentees to revisit who we are, what kind of experiences and the skills coming from our life experiences that are valuable, right? Not just thinking we need to listen to everything and we learn, just everything from courses or mentors. So that's during this process, the mentees need to recognize, your cultural practice as assets and apply them actively in mentoring activities. I see Adrienne. Adriana in this, I had many conversations with her, and I'm really deeply impressed by her experiences working in those was that youth under
juvenile detention center.
Exactly. So her deep knowledge about those inequity, right? How those kids ended up in those detention center, and how actually some of those kids actually, it's not because they don't like learn or they are bad kids. And I think those experiences can inform your research, like how to develop some questions that's deeply based on your experiences. So anyway, so in one word, we encourage you to really reflect on the resources and knowledge you have, and how those knowledge can help you to develop some research questions that, your mentors might not have that experience, but you are able to contribute and share in this, relationship. And so what are the roles of a mentor? I think the previous, speakers all have already shared something. And so we'll just quickly go through here. Your mentors will be advisors who have career experience and share their knowledge. They're also supposed to be supporters, can give you emotional and moral encouragement, and tutors who can provide specific feedback on performance. Sponsors who are sources of information, serve as academic role models, and also, of course, role models who model excellence in teaching, research, and service. So, what can you expect from mentoring, right? You already have some experiences in that. So this list give you a little chance to reflect. Okay, have you received this type of mentoring benefit or mentoring experiences? For example, you should expect to acquire a body of knowledge and skills in your specific field. And again, perspectives on how your discipline operates academically, socially, and politically. So this is not just mentoring, maybe not just one tiny aspect, right? That's why also I think we'll share later is you're not going to just look for or dependent on one mentor, right? So multiple mentors might serve different roles based on their experiences and their specific field, right? And deal more confidently with challenging intellectual work. That's through role models, through doing research together, and develop knowledge and skills in conducting research and deliver research results through like conference presentations and academic publications. And also develop techniques for networking and collaborating, and acquire knowledge and skills in job searching and interviews. We'll use some specific examples to see how our own mentor networks provided all or most of this benefits to us. Okay.
And so the next question we'll pose to you all is, how do I get my mentoring needs met? And some of these mentoring needs might be met through like formal organizations, mentoring programs. The Holmes Scholars Network is one, right? But there might be other programs that exist in your program, in your college, in your discipline, in a professional organization that you might be able to tap into. For me, these were really, really important because I'm not the type of person who is going to like work the room and like connect with people and be like, hey, do you want to be my mentor? And so it was through these like formal programs that I was matched with someone, and it was a lot easier for me to first try and get to know them. It was really important for me to have like a relationship with them and for them to know me as a person and then build off of that. This is especially important for me even now as a faculty member. Like, I don't believe in like extractive relationships. And so like, I'm not here just to get what I need and then like be like, thanks, mentor. You know, like for me, it was important to build strong, deep relationships because I wanted to have these relationships over time. I didn't just want, and you might, I'll say that for me, but there might be relationships that you have that maybe don't last that long, and that's okay too. And so I don't want to say that those aren't important, right? But for me, all of the mentoring relationships that I'll be talking about in the next 2 slides actually came from like these formal organizations, but they also can come through like informal ways. Like maybe you're at a conference and you're sitting down having coffee, and then the person next to you is someone that's in your discipline, and that you strike up a conversation and then you end up connecting, right? So always look for those informal ways that you might build those types of relationships. And then the other question that you might ask yourself are there peers, faculty, currently in your network, right? So people that you already know and that you already have relationships with that you might just cultivate deeper relationships with in terms of a mentoring relationship. And I include peers here because when I share a little bit about my own mentoring network, my peers were actually some of the stronger mentors for me. And so these folks then went on to become my colleagues, and we've been able to now like serve as references for each other as we go on the job market. So those have blossomed into something completely different than what I expected and what I expected early on when we started those relationships. And then the last thing that I'll share with you is ask for what you need. And it might feel uncomfortable, but I've actually found that students who, on this other end, right, students who ask me what they need, it makes it a lot easier to make it happen, right? And sometimes I may not have, again, like that skill set, or I might not have the money, but I know who to ask to get the money if they need to go to a conference, right? So it's important to just share what you need and to feel comfortable, especially for like student faculty relationships. That's like our job, right? To like meet your needs. So feel comfortable asking us. And sometimes, again, we may not be the right people, but we can connect you to other people who can help you in those ways. All right.
Okay, so then to summarize, what is your role, or what are your roles during this mentoring relationship? So I think previous speakers all mentioned like be resilient, be proactive. And so we provide a few items here as well. So be proactive, ask, right? Ask if somebody couldn't help you, they might be able to relate, connect you with somebody else, and reflect on your needs. Like we just mentioned, start from reflect on your needs, but at the same time, really set to reflect on your strengths. What are your strengths, and what are the experiences that you have might be able to contribute in your research and in the collaborative research that you have with your mentor or your peers. And so the next step is to really your role is to communicate your needs and the strengths to your mentors or peers. And the next one is find multiple mentors, right? Again, because we just shared, like during this mentoring relationship, you're expected to learn about the field, about specific research skills, about networking development. If you're depending on one mentor, and it, either due to the time constraint, mentors are mentoring many students, they might not be able to provide everything you are expecting. So that's why developing multiple mentoring relationships is necessary to help you, and have realistic expectations of your mentors, right? And be responsible, of course, if there's a collaborative project going on, and they should be very clear responsibilities and tasks, right? So that means you take care of the part that you are assigned to and bring your contribution to the team and receive criticism in a professional manner. I remember Dr. Is that Matute? I think she also commented that, and then show commitment to the profession. Next one, yes.
So now we're gonna kind of shift and share a little bit more about like our own personal mentoring networks. And I'll start by first sharing that when I started my graduate program, I expected to find like what I'll call the magical Latina mentor, right? I was going to find a Latina faculty member who's going to work with me, care about me, and build me into like this shining star. And then I went to Urbana-Champaign for graduate school, and there weren't any Latina faculty. So then I was like, okay, I need to figure out why I'm looking for this Latina mentor and what, and also just think about like who I can go to find those emotional, social, cultural, and professional needs, right? That I had. And in truth, the mentors that I'm going to talk about today don't share my racial or cultural background at all. And I think that was a learning opportunity for me. Because I in undergrad, I had a Latina mentor, and I thought that those were the people who were going to want to cultivate me, right? As a scholar, and that wasn't true at all. And so, I guess I'll share. I'll reiterate Dr. Liu's point. Don't expect to find one person, and there hasn't been one person who can meet all of those needs and cultivate the strengths that I did have. And also think about the other part, and which is the mentor role, and that oftentimes we ask the same folks over and over again. Sometimes there's like 3 like Latina faculty in a college of ed, but all Latina students will go, or Latino students will go to those 3 Latina faculty. And so there's also the other part that when we tax those faculty into these like mentoring relationships without having a clear sense of what we need, and it's just, to have those relationships, oftentimes mentoring relationships aren't valued for tenure, right? So know this both as a mentee, but also when you become faculty members, be really thoughtful around the time that you ask from your mentor. So anytime I went to go, so I'll talk a little bit about my graduate advisor. Anytime that I went to meet with him, I had an agenda set around the things that I wanted to talk about. And sometimes we would also just meet for coffee, or we would meet for lunch, and that was okay too, right? But it was always just being mindful that he had 30 other advisees, right? Bill Trent is like a huge name in the field, wonderful mentor who I learned a lot from, and someone that I emulate in many ways, the way that I engage in mentoring relationships. But I was also just really mindful that there were other students who also needed that. And I didn't want to take all of that time, right? And he was always willing to give the time. That was the other part. And I think some of that was because, he was further on in his career. One of the things I didn't get from that mentoring relationship, though, is that I didn't publish with my mentor. He was ready to retire. He wasn't thinking about publishing. And so I had to build other types of relationships to build that skill set and to get those types of opportunities. That's not to say that he didn't, support me in building like those research skills. He was always really helpful in like making it happen. Like anytime I wanted to go to a conference, he was able to connect me to resources. So that was, or if I wanted to go to a training, he would help kind of bridge that. When I went on the job market, he was the person who, and he knew me as an undergrad. I met him through the Summer Research Opportunity Program. I think someone asked about leaving. So I'm from California originally, and I left California to go to Illinois for my graduate program. And part of that was because of the Summer Research Opportunity Program, where I did undergraduate research with my now graduate doctoral advisor. And And I ended up going to graduate school and working with him. And so he knew me for a really long time. And so when it came to me going on the job market, he was my reference, both when I moved to take my first job at UConn, and then when I moved out here to UNLV. And so he could speak to every part of who I was as a professional. I served as his TA. I shared with you that my initial goal was not to be a faculty member. And so he actually challenged me to consider what it would mean for me to be in the classroom, because I was afraid of public speaking. I did not want to be in the classroom. And so he was like, okay, well, be my TA for the semester. If you decide this is not for you, I will support you in whatever trajectory you go. He's like, but there's a need for faculty like you in academia, right? And so he challenged me to like face my fears in a lot of ways. And I served as a TA, and then from there, I ended up applying. I did enjoy teaching. It felt a little uncomfortable, but he helped me work through that. And he also shared that he felt uncomfortable when he first started teaching, right? So there was also that level of vulnerability because of the relationship that we had, to share that when he initially became a faculty member, that was something that took practice, and that was okay. And so it felt really good to hear that be validated by someone who had a very similar experience. He was also first generation. He was a faculty member of color, and he was engaged in equity-based research. So that was really important. And he also was really important to connecting me to people. And that's because of, his productivity, his stature in the field. He knew a lot of folks. And so he helped me build those relationships. One of those relationships was with Dr. Casey George Jackson, who was actually his graduate student when I was doing SROP. And I worked with her. She became a mentor for me. And then when I came in as a graduate student, I worked on a research project, and then she ended up being the program coordinator. She was like a postdoc on the project. And she helped read my work. She was one of the folks who read my work. She helped share opportunities that she thought that I would qualify for. So there was a NSF graduate research fellowship that she shared with me. We worked through several drafts, and it was funded. And so I was one of the first folks in the College of Ed at Urbana-Champaign to get this really prestigious award. And she also actually was one of the folks who sat with me to teach me how to code, because I was very quantitative early on in my career. And so she actually walked me through okay, well, this is how you do it in Stata, right? And I published with her. That's the other thing. She was early on in her career. She wanted to go the faculty route. And so I ended up publishing 4 journal articles, 2 pre-tenure, 2 before I went on to become faculty. And then we kind of held on to 2 more until after I started my faculty job, because it is important for pieces to hit when you're on the tenure track, as opposed to wanting to get everything out before you go, and involved me in grant writing opportunities. So I learned how to write a grant proposal, and I've been pretty successful now as a faculty member. So those are the types of skills I was able to cultivate with that relationship. And she's now a faculty. And actually the funny part is that we actually both were competing for jobs when I went on the job market and she was on the job market. And so we often were, and not just Dr. George Jackson, but Dr. Lane as well, we were often finalists for the same positions. But we were there, we would do mock interviews together. We would exchange notes. It was very communal. I only needed one job. She only needed one job, right? So we wanted to help support each other as we were making that transition. And then the last relationship that I'll talk about is Dr. Tanisha Lane. And I actually met her through a graduate program I created as a graduate student. It was through Division J. I created this peer mentoring match program, and I matched myself with her. And it was pretty funny because we both showed up for coffee, and it was supposed to be there was a senior mentor and then a junior mentor, but it ended up being that it didn't work out that way. But we were actually right at the same point, which has actually worked out really well for us. We have very similar research interests. We were also in the same stage. We were both writing our dissertation. We went on the job market together. And we both ended up getting faculty positions. We would talk about that experience as women of color in the classroom. And, you know, when we would get like our initial evaluations, like we would talk, and there was a lot of emotional support in that I didn't initially expect when I started this mentoring relationship. We write together, we share work that we're not actually working on together, and it's reciprocal, right? So like I'll share a piece, she'll share a piece, I'll give her feedback, she'll give me feedback. I see an opportunity that makes sense for me, for my research, and it also makes sense for her. So I share it with her, right? And we're always looking to support each other. And this is why we wanted to stress the reciprocal nature of these mentoring relationships, and we continue to support each other. And so we both, you know, started our routes in academia at one institution, and we've since both left. And we both serve as references for each other when we did leave. We both became moms pre-tenure. We both are pretty good at getting grants, and so we support each other in that as well. And so these relationships have evolved over time, whereas first it was, okay, I need to get a job. Now it's, okay, now I need to publish. And then it was, okay, now I'm going up for tenure. I share I've just submitted my file for tenure. I shared everything with her so she could give me feedback, but also so she could have like a roadmap that she could start thinking about and building, since she's taking a couple more years before she goes up for tenure. And so all of that, I think, speaks to the evolution of those relationships. And I talk about 3 relationships because of time, but there are other folks who make up this mentoring network. And I'm really grateful because as a first generation college student, as a Latina, I think the folks who are there to support and build you up may be difficult to find. And I think for me, it was important to find folks I could be vulnerable with, folks I could trust. And I think Dr. Matute talked a little bit about this, sharing your work. There have been folks who have taken my work and published it. So just be careful, because I think oftentimes we think that everybody here is for us, right? They want us to succeed. And academia can be also a scary place where, you know, folks are there for themselves. And so it's very competitive. And so just keep that in mind. But all of these relationships have shaped the type of mentor I want to be. And I'm still learning as a faculty member. But I think I've had really good examples. And I hope to continue learning how to be a better mentor for my students. All right, Dr. Liu, I'll stop talking.
Thank you. That's awesome. That's very touching too. Okay, so I'm gonna share similarly how my mentoring network supported me over the time, starting as a graduate student. So my chair of my graduate study is Dr. Ken Zeichner. So it's a long story. We met, I was the master's student back in China at that time. I was not even in teacher education. And I didn't know that Ken, Dr. Zeichner was basically one of the leading scholars in the United States in teacher education. So accidentally I went to his talk that at that time Beijing Normal University organized to invited. It's all big names. Of course, I was not in the field. I was in TEFL, teaching English as a foreign language. So I just bumped into their little conference, and then I was very impressed by his talk at that time. And so I asked a question. I don't remember specifically what it is, and he seemed to be interested, and he was asking about me. And I said, well, I was applying for doctoral programs, but I was applying for majorly English as a second language, because that's the field that was closely related to me, even though I taught many years back in China at that time. And then he was saying, come to medicine. I said, where is medicine, at that point. And then I started to search, and then I applied to UW Madison, and I was accepted. So coming to a different country, I had no expectation about what mentoring is. I had no expectation. I didn't know my needs. And it's just like you walk into a totally new field, not knowing what everything. But Dr. Zeichner really guided me into the field. He is really truly the mentor that show me if you go back to our earlier slides, right? One of the expectation you can have is to get the introduction about the field, and especially how this field is socially, politically, culturally situated. So he is exactly that person, because that's his whole life of research about teaching and teacher education, how teaching and teacher education is situated in the social, political, cultural context in the United States and even the world. And he also does a lot of global stuff. So he is the person that I'm the go-to person to him, if I want to know about the field. And also he, like Dr. Rincon, you mentioned, your advisor is at his, very, he's not at the early stage of mentoring. He has so many students, right? And so I also need to respect his time and his space. I can't just walk into his office and to bother him, because every year he will have 4 to 5 new students, and then so that means anytime he has more than 20 in the row waiting for his support. So, but from him, I really get to know about teacher education as a field, and that's the most important thing, is knowing your field and where you are in that field. And that's exactly the mentor he provided. And he also provided, really lead me into the research. For example, the first summer he asked me, well, do some literature review on this, and and then I have no idea. So I found the articles, and then he actually supported me, okay, how to read the abstract, how to organize the abstract into different ideas, and blah, blah, blah. So I used that opportunity and to learn. And he said, well, you should submit an AERA proposal next year. So that's how I get to study to go to AERA immediately after I get into my doctoral program. So I was able to use that summer little research project I worked for him to write a proposal about e-portfolio and teacher reflection, which became one of my major line of research. And so anyway, so he is that person there. But at the same time, when I started to take other courses, then I found Dr. Thomas, Michael Thomas. He was teaching on, his area is educational technology. So I was taking a course with him and the grounded theory method. I was fascinated by his, personality, his warmth, and his inspiration. So then during this coursework, I just say, hey, I'm writing this paper. Can you take a look, if I can develop as a course paper for your class? And he loved it. And he said, well, we can write together. And then, so anyway, through that kind of very more constant communication, because he had fewer, he was an assistant professor at that time. He had fewer students, he had more time, and he was much younger. And so I was able to walk into his office saying, okay, look at this part. I'm just really stuck, right? And he said, okay, calm down. Let's sit down for 20 minutes and let's write together. And sometimes he would just grab a book. Let's read this paragraph, and then just how to put that paragraph in, integrate into our writing. So through this very friendly and encouraging mentorship, I developed my second research line, which is educational technology and teacher education. And this mentorship also continued. And so we published an journal article right before I graduated, and then right now we're also co-writing together, and we sometimes do journal reviews for each other, because I would invite him to review journal articles for the journal I was co-editing as an associate editor and stuff like that. He would recommend his current students to come to me for some advice. So this relationship again didn't stop at my graduation. I want to go back to Dr. Zakiner a little bit. This mentoring relationship didn't stop after I graduated. So when I started to look for jobs, I just go to him and say, Ken, I'm interviewing for this job. Can you give me some advice? And he would sit down and spend an hour with me going through, okay, these are the expectations and stuff like that, in addition to writing me the letter of recommendation. And when I interviewed for this job, we again spent time, how to respond to questions and stuff like that. So it's just very, very supportive. And so talking about networking, right? So Dr. Thomas, when we went to conferences together, he introduced me to Dr. Bonk and Dr. Ge. Ge Shen is a Chinese American professor, Dr. Bonk from Indiana Bloomington, and Dr. Ge from University of Oklahoma. So they both are in educational technology. So that's the two mentors I developed through Dr. Thomas. And so Dr. Bonk is a very well-known, very networking person. Anywhere, every conference he goes, he has many mentors or colleagues together. So he is really that go-to person in terms of getting what is going on in educational technology. And so when I did my first job interview, he shared everything he has through his, he had developed websites, like the teaching resources and materials. And he spent an hour on the phone for me to coach me. And we didn't publish together, but he is never, he's always giving. He just give you everything he has. And Dr. Ge as well. So she became one of my references. And we didn't publish together, but still we go to conferences together. And I've reviewed journal articles for her journal is a project-based, the International Journal of Project-Based Learning. And based on my review, and she is suggesting maybe you can, develop a special issue on this topic. It seems like you know much about it. So that's, again, these are the opportunities that you're coming from this mentoring relationship. And again, it's a reciprocal. You are able to help them, not just they keep, giving you something. And the last one is Dr. Anita Ball from Stanford University. And I would like to highlight that how she serves as a role model and a mentor. After I become an assistant professor, I developed this mentor relationship after I came to UNLV. And then I was so blessed to be able to co-teach and co-publish and co-present with her. So we ended up publishing 2 articles together and presented together. And she was towards retiring, but during this process of co-teaching and going to conferences, I just see how sort of almost I feel like, if you know her, she served as an AERA president in 2012, I believe, and a very, very big name in the field, right? But her personality is so warm, welcoming, just willing to listen to you. Academically, I would never approach her status, but she just served to me as a role model, like how doing academic research, but can also be a good, fantastic person. So not just, focusing on publish, but she is a truly human being that showing the caring to every single student. So I remember 2 years ago, I went to Stanford to present at her RIO conference. So the RIO conference is about race, language, and inequity in education, and one of the attendees is just an undergrad student from I don't remember, University of Oregon, or I don't remember now. They didn't know each other, but Dr. Ball invited her to the dinner and listened to her what her research is about and give her the phone number and the email address, saying, okay, if you have any questions, I will be happy to respond to you. And it just, by no means like we have to be that, be that generous, but it just gives me the image like, okay, being in the academia, being productive is one thing, also being a real true human being, it's another thing. So I just feel like, okay, these examples, these mentors really served a different, served different purposes, and guided me, in their own way, that benefit me, and it just only make me a more sort of prepared for this field. I'm gonna stop here. Should I stop share?
There's one more slide that we'll share with you all.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Yes. So just a couple of resources that we've found helpful. There's a book, How to Write an Article in 12 Weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of walks you through the steps. The National Center for Faculty Diversity, and there's another D that I don't remember what it stands for, and development, I think, is an institute that we actually have membership through UNLV, so you can access their their writing. They have like writing boot camps, like 14-day stuff, and they have different like professional development, like webinars that you can participate in as a graduate student. And they also have stuff related to like writing your dissertation that other folks have found helpful. I've attended some webinars. They have they actually also support the whole mentoring like network map, and there's actually, this is a link to the mentoring network map, so you all can start thinking about what how you might cultivate that mentoring network. And they talk about like different areas as a faculty member you should be thinking about having a mentor in. And so just other resources that were helpful for us that we wanted to share with you all. But we forgot to include a question slide, and I think we have a couple minutes for questions. And so I guess we'll stop talking and allow you all to ask us any questions you might have.
I do have a quick question. So what have you, I know earlier, Dr. Rincon, you talked about not being the person who really explicitly will ask for to enter into a mentorship relationship. So what are your thoughts on that? Do you think we should ask directly to individuals that we think would be a good fit, or check to see if someone would be a good mentor? Should we just explicitly ask, or do you just kind of like naturally let it happen?
I know people who have done both. And I think it's also like your level of comfort. I would have a sense of what type of mentorship you're looking for, or what you're hoping to get out of that relationship when you do, set up a meeting to talk with that faculty member, or even a peer, right? Maybe at another institution, have a sense of what you're hoping to cultivate, right? But yeah, if you feel comfortable asking like, hey, do you want to be my mentor? Like, do it. I don't think anyone's gonna be like, I can't believe you asked me that, But for me, it just didn't come, like, I felt really awkward doing it. And so I couldn't do it, right? Because it didn't feel like right for me. And so you have to find what feels right for you and use that as an entry point. I always find students who have asked to meet with me, they'll be like, I just want to get to know you, get to know your research. And they'll read something that I published, and or they'll just come and be like, I want to take your class, or I'm in your class. That's like a really great entry point to starting and cultivating a relationship. I've also been connected to students from my mentors who are like, I have a student who now wants to go to a doc program, and I've told them about you. And so I now have mentees from my mentor, right? So sometimes it happens where like someone's just like, you need to meet so-and-so, and they'll connect you. And those are like I think those are like the easiest like mentoring relationships. They'll be like, I was just talking to one of my mentors from grad school. He's like, I have this like Latina here in Chicago, and I'm going to connect her with you and Erin Castro so that she also like cultivates this like Latina network, and she wants to go to grad school. So I'm going to connect you guys. And so I think some folks will do that for you, especially when you have a mentor who you built that relationship with. They'll connect you in those ways. But I don't think there's anything wrong with like doing it yourself and asking straight up like, hey, would you be willing to mentor me? And this is what I'm hoping to cultivate, what I'm hoping to learn or strengthen. I really like this particular methodology. I know you do it and I want to learn more. Is there anything I can help you with that you're working on? So yeah, and Dr. Lu might have a different response, but I think.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I think it's interesting now reflecting on my own experiences. I never directly asked. It's just maybe because of me coming in without any expectation or knowledge about what mentoring is. So it just happened more sort of naturally through taking classes, right? So I think while you take different courses, that's I think it's a great opportunity for you to really get to know a professor, and then through your course projects, you get to know about yourself, if that, that field is of your interest or not. Like my, second mentor, Dr. Thomas, in technology and teacher education, that happened to be one of my interests. So it just happened, organically, right? So I never asked him, just because of my interest and me writing a paper that he happened to be interested in. So we ended up collaborating in the paper. So my suggestion is, whenever you take a course, really take it seriously, not just finishing that course, get an A, like Dr. Matut really said, right? Not just thinking it's a checklist. It's really get to know the professor, know the specific field related to that course, and think, okay, is this the field? Is this something I'm interested in? Is this something I'm strong with, right? I have something I'm able to develop and contribute. So courses, yeah.
And I'll just add one thing to that, because one of the things I didn't share in my story was that one of the reasons why I think my mentoring relationships have been so successful is because I always showed up. I always came prepared. I did my work. I knew that for the mentors who I was, they were assistant professors, I was still a grad student. Like, it was important for them to publish. And so I came prepared, right? And I think that went a really long way for them to then, expend their social capital on me, right? Because they don't have to, is
exactly.
But I think that's really, really important. So just always come and do your best. And that doesn't mean you can't make mistakes. Always ask questions. Like, I think early on, I wouldn't ask any questions. I would be like, I don't want them to think I'm like stupid, right? But that actually hurt me over time. So I think I eventually learned that I had to ask when I didn't know something. And I think that also served me well.
Yeah, I would add that's also the opportunity for the potential mentor to get to know you. And it's a communication, right? All those office hours, I always tell my doc students, office hours are designed for you. It's not like you need to have a specific question or you're in trouble and then you go to office hour. Just take advantage of that office hour. Just say, I have this idea I really want to share, or I just want to share a little bit more about myself, or I read your piece and I want to hear a little bit more about what you mean. Like, so office hours is a way for you to develop some relationship with a professor, and then that's a foundation of mentoring relationships.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you both, Dr. Lu and Dr. Rincon. Something that they both emphasized, and I thought about it as Dr. Matute spoke, because I remember when I first came to UNLV in 2015, I was invited to speak to the Holmes Scholars group about mentoring. And I remember she asked me later on because of something that I said, and it was about sharing. not everyone wants to share, and that's something I learned the hard way. Mentors are people who want to share, and it is reciprocal. Even as a student, you can share something. I'll give you an example. I had, and she later became a Holmes Scholar at the master's, when she was getting her master's degree. She was a teacher in Clark County. She was in teaching and learning. Camille Unko is her name. Some of you might know her if you were here at that point. She's now a doctoral student at the University of Washington. She sent an email to one of the deans saying, I would like to know if there are any faculty who conduct research around English language learning. I would like to be involved in any kind of research project, and I don't care if I'm paid or not. And the dean sent her email to me. I met her. I said, in preparation for meeting with you, could you please send me your CV and could you tell me what you're interested in? I found out that she had been a Fulbright scholar. I found out that when in her undergraduate program, she had developed a course. She had a long trajectory of reaching out to people and creating opportunities for herself. So she worked with me, not being paid until I had money to just give to her for 2 years. And now on my research projects, I write her in my grants. We continue to stay in touch with each other. That's one example. You often meet people at conferences because in conferences, you are interacting with people that share your interests. I was at a conference in Bologna, of all places, and I was getting my dessert in line and someone said, Dr. Duradola, and I didn't know anybody would know me in Bologna. She lived in Las Vegas. She was from Mumbai, India. She sent an email to Dr. Alain Bengochea saying, I'm at this conference in, it was the Early Childhood Research Association, which is like the largest early childhood conference in Europe. She said, I'm here, I'm all alone, but I went through the roster and I see there's a faculty member here from UNLV. Can you tell me how to get in touch with her? He forwarded the email. I read the email and I said, maybe we connect, but lo and behold, serendipity, I'm getting my dessert. She had gone online, read my bio, found my photograph. And so she saw me in line and approached me and said, I sent an email to Dr. Bengochea. I'm the person. So now she started working with me, not paid, conducting literature reviews because we're both interested in multilingualism. So we've been working together now for 2 years. I now write her into my grants because she's now a doctoral student at the University of Bath in England, although she resides here. So this is how life revolves and how career trajectories evolve. Some things we are planned out because we have a plan. We figure out what it is that we need. And somehow, sometimes along the path, we connect with people who have our shared interests and they like to share because there are others who share an interest and they don't like to share and some like to take. We've all had experiences of we communicate an idea and lo and behold, somebody has written a grant around our idea. So I've learned not to do that anymore. So life gives you the opportunity to plan a path, but then you're flexible along the path as you meet people. I have many mentors that I've met at a conference who after my presentation said, I don't exactly agree with everything. I'd like to give you feedback. Oh, really? Here's my card. Here's my card. We stay in touch for years. They invite me then to present in spaces that they have access to. And I continue to send things to them. The other word I wanted to emphasize that Dr. Liu and Dr. Rincon both emphasized was this idea of reciprocity. That if something is reciprocal, it's give and take. It's not just taking on your end. Professors love to work with students who have read an article that they've written, who knows something about their work or their methodology, who knows something about them in the field, they are more willing to make a commitment to mentor them because they know that they are serious-minded people and who would not want to have a hand in shaping the career of a new faculty member that's being formed in a doctoral program. So thank you very much, both of you, for sharing some bulleted points. I really appreciated the bulleted points on what is your or what are your roles as a mentee, because you have roles. And one important one, which will serve you throughout academia, is the idea of showing up prepared. Showing up, sending a bulleted list. I'd like to discuss these 3 things today. You do that throughout your academic career. Whenever I meet with my department chair, I went in, typed out my list of things. This is what I've accomplished, and this is what I'd like to talk about. I did that every year when I was at Texas A&M. I wasted no time because I know he had no time to waste. Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
I want to make one comment on that. Being prepared for the meetings, right? So Gloria Lassen-Billings at UW-Madison, and she likes to write those tips about mentoring. So for a long time, she wrote those tips on Facebook. So what strikes me one is she said once, "I'm not your friend. You come into my office for office time. You don't even have a pen. You don't even have a piece of paper. I'm talking to you. You're not even taking notes. Don't forget that we are not chatting just for chatting." I was thinking, wow, that's very, very important, right? So you got to take some notes. And nowadays we have a computer. You don't have a piece of paper or pen anymore. But the point is, no matter how smart you are, you got to write some points that talked us through this meeting, and even your own ideas, right? You need to put it down so that you can bring back and then to continue to develop. So being prepared. And
I think the last point that I took away from their conversation is you never know where an opportunity might appear. So, for example, when Camille came for the first time to sit with me and I'm talking, she pulled out of her bag, she had a notebook, she had her pen. I wasn't asking her to take notes. This was just an introduction. This was just an introduction. She pulled out her notebook and she started to write. And that was her pattern whenever we met. We would say, let's review what our tasks are. And she outlined them. She could tell me what the priority was, so I could understand what her work ethic was. That's what mentoring is about. It's not just developing deep content knowledge, it's helping you to, again, I use the word routine, but to develop a work ethic, one that supports you in the doctoral pathway, that can be transitioned and used in real life in academia. Okay. So in closing today, and we had, again, in our face-to-face plans, we had planned a little social afterwards with food and what have you so that everyone could meet each other, but that's not going to happen today. But what I'd like to know, I shared 2 reflection questions from the very beginning. If we could see those very quickly, I'm just going to wrap things up here. I asked you to reflect on your current mentorships, thinking about what additional mentor networks and relationships you need. Every presenter has talked about you need to first figure out what is it that you need. Do I need help with the design of something? Or do I need what is it called? Because Dr. Rincon talked about this. It's a person that you just share ideas with. I have a few senior faculty members at other universities. They're idea people. When I make an appointment with them, I'm sharing my ideas and I need them to expand them for me. So you have to know what are your needs. And then where can you find these networks and partner relationships? Dr. Rincon suggested you can find some of these opportunities in professional organizations. AERA specifically has mentoring opportunities for doctoral students. And I know other professional organizations have spaces for doctoral students to meet together as they're being mentored and guided in terms of publication, dissertation, just a whole array of topics. I also asked you to reflect on your doctoral path. I asked you to think about what are some potential goals that you can accomplish as you navigate your doctorate that are related to publications, conference presentations, and teaching. Each presenter has touched upon something related to publications, conference presentations, and teaching. Sometimes even teaching opportunities evolve in a serendipitous manner. That's how mine evolved, my first one, teaching around observation research when I was a doctoral student. And then how can you overcome obstacles in accomplishing these goals? None of these presenters have left us with the impression that the path is smooth. I remember when I defended my dissertation, I had someone on my committee, and I didn't know at the time. I learned a couple of years later, he's really rough. I remember him saying, I want you to do some work on A, B, and C. We'd like to see this because you haven't jumped over the hurdle yet. That's how he phrased it, that this was my hurdle and he created it for me and I had not jumped over it yet. So this path is not always smooth. There are things in life that could take us away from the path. There are relationships that we have on campus, things that work, things that don't work, and you have to be able to be resilient and to recover and to get back to your goal. But I think each of these presenters have talked about our needs for social emotional support. And peers play a huge role in mentoring us. I remember as a doctoral student in writing my dissertation, I came to a point that I just thought I couldn't figure it out. I reached out to a friend who had already graduated, and she said, I still think about this because I still use this advice. Pretend that you are an attorney and you are making your case. Now you develop your case. That is the dissertation because you are the expert, you are the attorney, and think about how you go about proving your points in a way that is credible. That was from a peer. She helped me to write my dissertation. So I'd like for you to think about, as we are bringing things to a close now, is there something new that you're taking away from the presentation today? If you could just share it very briefly with us.
That was something that I guess haven't had others present to me, like when I was getting myself started here at UNLV. So yeah, it's good to know about, though.
Good to know early, so you can start thinking of making a plan, Joseph. Yeah, great. Someone else, something new that you're taking away today.
For me, going back to what I said originally about, my voice and kind of getting out, challenging my fears now, and being willing to put in a conference proposal, be willing to put in a publication, have somebody critique the writing, and no, it's not who you are, it's just the aspect of you getting to your larger goals. So just being willing to take the risk. And I think Dr. Rincon was the one who highlighted on just facing your fears, and I just wrote that down.
Mm-hmm. And I think, April, I like that you bring that up because several individuals have said that they were timid, that they were shy. I'm one of those. I could not see myself, going into an AERA conference, which is huge, and being vocal in one of the SIGs. That took some practice. That took some courage. But in doing that, you make a friend. You meet someone who's also timid, who says, oh, I'm glad you said that. I couldn't have said it as well as you did, or I was too scared to say that. So the courage part, courage is very important in life, and courage is very important in doctoral studies. You have to take the risk and show courage. Thanks. Someone else, what are you taking away from today?
I was going to add to take advantage of this collective group that we've been invited to be a part of, because we've seen, I think some of our fears, we can kind of put them to ease because this network is already filled with individuals who are willing to provide mentorship, who are willing to share. And, that's what I'm getting. So really take advantage of the network, and also to connect with other scholars to be able to get that experience and collaborate on presentations. So that's what I'm taking away from today.
Okay. So the conversation today should help everyone to feel comfortable about how we're going to navigate across the years in which we are together. It is a space in which we want you to feel comfortable, and it is a space in which we network you with other people. That's very important. Great. Someone else who'd like to share something they're taking away today.
I don't know if it was new, but it was definitely a reminder. I feel like being in COVID, we forget a lot of things, and I know right now, being in my last semester, I feel like very by myself, very isolated, and so this served as a good reminder to know that we do have our Holmes network, we do have our mentors to kind of reconnect with, and I'm actually looking forward to being back on campus here soon, just to be able to have that kind of communication with my colleagues that I've missed out on this past year. So.
Okay, great. Dr. Alain Bengochea, Dr. Katrina Liu, Dr. Blanca Rincon. So you've met Dr. Liu and Dr. Rincon today, and then Dr. Margarita Huerta. So again, I want to thank these mentors for the work that they will provide, the support for 2022 and 2023. And I'm looking forward to a good year. I thank everyone for coming. Our monthly meetings will be on Tuesdays. I think the time was at 9 o'clock because I sent the emails out, and we will probably start in September. I'll take this as our first meeting for August so that I'm not overtaxing people, but I'll send out an email so that you are prepared and know what our focus will be in September, which will be making sure that you are able to write a proposal for the Holmes Scholars Conference that will be held in New Orleans next spring. So thank you for the students who showed up early on a Saturday morning when classes have not started yet. Thank you for that dedication, because I'm paying attention to that. I'm paying attention to that. Joseph, I will stay in contact with you because I've got some ideas for you. And I will see the Holmes Scholars. I'll give you the date for our Tuesday in September. I'm so thankful for all the presenters who are able to make time to be with us and to share what has worked for them, share what has not worked for them, and to place themselves in a vulnerable spot. Please make sure that you reach out to these individuals if you'd like. And again, these presentations will be posted on the Holmes Scholars website. Thank you also to Young Bach, who was able to provide all the technical assistance, who is able to help us to transition from meeting in person to meeting remotely. Also, I'm thanking Dr. Ms. Shana McNeely, who's the executive assistant in the dean's office, who had to work really fast to make today happen and to make sure that everyone had been notified. She had planned a beautiful space for us to meet with lots of food and snacks and gifts. And those gifts she will send an email. These are gifts for the students. She will send an email to all of you about how to access those gifts. Those are gifts of appreciation to show that we're just so happy that you made time to take part in this professional learning experience today. So with that said, goodbye, and I hope everyone has a great rest of the weekend, and some of you, see you in class. Thank you very much.